county government's equitable share, that is cash disbursement schedule for the financial year 2026-2027. Remember, the budget process for the next financial year, that is 2026-2027, is almost coming to an end. And these are some of the documents that the House needs to dispense with to be able to facilitate the disbursement of monies to be used at the devolved units to be able to fund some of the programs and the services that the county governments run or undertake for the sole purpose of ensuring a smooth service delivery to the public. So this particular document is one that the committee laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 18th, this afternoon. It will be laid this afternoon, and also move a motion for it to be able to be considered. However, in this particular notice of motion, the committee is seeking to have the House approve the county government equitable share or cash disbursement schedule for the next financial year. So this is a notice of motion, and later on the senators will consider that particular report as a motion that will also be moved by the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget for the House to take a keen consideration on this particular document, and also debate on it, as well as approve as has been recommended by the committee. At the far end of the red carpet aisle, that is leading straight from the Speaker's office into the chamber, we can see that is the procession of the Speaker making its way into the chamber. That is the mess also of the Senate ahead of the Speaker. That is a symbol of authority of the House and of the Speaker. That is the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi, making his way into the House to be able to preside over the proceedings of this afternoon plenary sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon.
Tuombe. Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Tutakuomba utuwajalie tuyatende na kufikia mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
The prayer has been said and the chair taken. However, there is a quorum hitch at the commencement of the sitting of the Senate. The Speaker has directed that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes, because this is as provided for in the House Standing Order number 40. And we should be expecting to see more senators making their way into the House to join their colleagues who are already in the chamber, and of course, most importantly, enable the House attain that much needed quorum for it to be able to commence. We shall continue to take a look at the business that the senators shall transact this afternoon as we wait for the House to quorate. Aside from the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding the county government's cash disbursement or equitable share schedule for the next financial year, there are two bills. These bills are lined up for consideration at the division stage. The Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly and co-sponsored by the nominated Senator Catherine Muma, as well as the County Government's Laws Amendment Bill. This is a bill that originates from the Senate and sponsored by Honorable Senator Abdul Haj. These are bills that are lined up for consideration at the debate stage, for them to be read a second time and for them to be able to move into the next stage. Pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 53-1, there are a number of statements that members of the Senate shall be seeking from various standing committees. The Senator for Kitui County this afternoon, that is Honorable Enoch Wambua, will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding the discovery of 4 bodies buried in shallow graves in Mwingi, Kitui County. The nominated Senator Honorable Peris Tobiko will also seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources regarding the operations and environmental compliance of Environmental Combustion Consultants Limited in Kajiado County, and the Senator for Tharaka Nithi County, Honorable Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism regarding the challenges facing green gram farmers in Tharaka Nithi. Those are just some, but a few of the statements that members of the Senate will be seeking more clarification on. Those are statements that members will be seeking more clarification on from the various standing committees. This afternoon also, as the House sits for this afternoon sitting, is that they will be adjourning for a long recess beginning this, or rather once the House adjourns this afternoon, the senators will be proceeding on a short break or a break until the Tuesday of 14th of July 2026. So there are a number of businesses that the senators might want to dispense with this afternoon, including the report on the county equitable share, the county government's equitable share cash disbursement schedule for the next financial year, a number of bills as well as motions. The motion on the report of the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Traffic School Transport Rules 2026, Legal Notice number 11 of 2026, the Traffic Motor Vehicle Inspection Rules 2026, Legal Notice number 13 of 2026, and the National Transport and Safety Authority Operation of Commercial Vehicles Regulations 2026, Legal Notice number 14 of 2026, is also part of the priority business that has been lined up for consideration this afternoon. Now you will recall that the delegated legislation, or the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation, earlier on during the proceedings of the Senate had sought for an additional time to be able to consider these proposed regulations, that is the school transport rules, the motor vehicle inspection rules, as well as the National Transport and Safety Authority Operation of Commercial Vehicles Regulations. They had sought additional time to be able to consider and also bring on board a number of stakeholders who had not been engaged earlier on during the engagement process, and that time was granted, and they were able to consider those rules and regulations. And in this particular report, the committee urges the House, or want the House to adopt that report on its consideration of the traffic, that is the school transport rules, the motor vehicle inspection rules, and the NTSA operation of commercial vehicles regulations. All these having been considered or being formulated within the year 2026. This report was laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 10th of June, there 2026, and would want the House to be able to adopt this particular report. The stage that this particular report has reached is division stage, and this afternoon they will be going into division. This follows a debate that was interrupted on Thursday, 11th June 2026. So this afternoon it will be a resumption of that debate, however, consideration at the division stage. If you're just joining us, that the House is about to commence, there is a quorum hitch. The prayer has already been said and the chair taken. However, there is a quorum hitch at the commencement of the sitting of the Senate. And the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Jifakingi, directed that the quorum bell also be rung for 10 minutes to give room for more members to make their way into the House, most importantly to enable the House attain that quorum for it to be able to commence. We have seen more members making their way into the chamber, and we believe in a short while that quorum shall be attained. The quorum of the Senate at the commencement of the sitting is 15 senators. So once that quorum is raised, then the business, or rather the sitting of the Senate, shall be able to kick off, and the business that is lined up for consideration be able to be transacted on the floor of the House. This afternoon also, the members of the Senate are scheduled to consider a number of bills at the committee of the whole House stage, and also go into division on these bills. This means that consideration of these bills was concluded at the second reading stage, that is debate, and that at the committee of the whole, if there were any amendments that may have been moved by the members, then they can be considered or can be adopted. The quorum has been attained. Allow me to hand you over.
Honorable Senators, we do have quorum now, so we'll get down to the day's business. Clerk, you may proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Do we have?
Now, Honorable Senators, I'd like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of a visiting delegation of 3 young leaders from the Institute of Economic Affairs in Kenya and interns from American University in the Washington, D.C. in the United States of America. The delegation is on a study visit to Parliament. I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. Mr. Emmanuel Walkendo, a program officer. Mr. Spencer Muhonja, intern, Institute of Economic Affairs. Ms. Sarah Cherop Lioba, intern, Institute of Economic Affairs. Mr. Benjamin Canzeras, intern at the American University. Now, on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish you a fruitful visit here at the Senate. I will call upon the youth leader of the Senate, and the Senator for Siaya County. Senator Eddie, you know the youth leader, certainly. You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I wish to take this opportunity to welcome the interns from the Institute of Economic Affairs and from the American University. And Mr. Speaker, it is our tradition that we welcome them here, and we hope that during their sitting, during this afternoon sitting, they will be able to gain some experience of how we conduct our business in Parliament. And I particularly like the three who are from the Institute of Economic Affairs, because I am personally an economist and I'm very passionate about economics. And you are not in the wrong profession. You are in the right profession, and you are in the right place here in the Senate. So we welcome you. Thank you very much, and I'm sure you are going to gain from the experience you will gain today here in the debates. Thank you.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Chairperson Standing Committee on Finance and Budget.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through your honor, of course, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Thursday, the 18th June, 2026. Report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the county government's equitable share cash disbursement schedule for financial year 2026-2027. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Chairperson Liaison Committee.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Again, through your honor and on behalf of the Chairperson of the Liaison Committee, the Deputy Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, the Thursday, 18th June, 2026. Report of the Liaison Committee on the activities and operations of select committees during the 4th session 2025. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Chairperson Standing Committee on Roads, Transport and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Thursday, 18th June 2026. Report of the Standing Committee on Roads, Transport and Housing on its consideration of the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill number 3, National Assembly Bills number 34 of 2025. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Chairperson Standing Committee on Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Thursday, 18th June, 2023. Report on the Standing Committee on Education on its consideration of the Basic Education Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill, number 59 of 2023. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Chairperson Standing Committee on Finance and Budget.
I thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the Senate adopt the reports of the Standing Committee of Finance and Budget on county government's equitable share cash disbursement schedule for financial year 2026-2027, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 18th June 2026, and that pursuant to Section 17(7) of the Public Finance Management Act and Standing Order 189(3), the Senate approves the county government's equitable share cash disbursement schedule for the year 2026-2027. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Chairperson Liaison Committee.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the Senate notes the report of the Liaison Committee on the activities and operations of select committees during the fourth session 2025, pursuant to Standing Order 2242, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 18th June 2026. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 45-2, I will rearrange today's order paper. We will move to order number 8, and thereafter we shall resume the normal flow as contained in the order paper of the day. Clerk, you may proceed to call that order.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the county government's cash disbursement equitable share schedule for the financial year 2026-2027.
Chairperson, Standing Committee on Finance and Budget.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. On behalf of the Chair, Finance and Budget Committee of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the county government's equitable share cash disbursement schedule for the financial year 2026-2027, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 18th of June, and that pursuant to Section 17(7) of the Public Finance Management Act and Standing Order number 189(3) of the Senate Standing Order, the Senate approves the county equitable share cash disbursement schedule for the financial year 2026-2027. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a fairly straightforward report. Having passed the county allocation of revenue bill yesterday, the next procedural step is to pass the cash disbursement schedule, which takes monies to our counties. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a very crucial report which guides the CS Finance in the disbursements of cash to our counties. On a number of occasions, there has been a delay in compliance with this schedule. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg that the CS Finance do comply with this schedule, because this is a very important document that all our counties are relying upon. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move and ask Senator Eddie Okech to second.
Mr. Speaker, as a member of Finance and Budget, I want to assert that this is quite a procedural motion because, Mr. Speaker, the bulk of the work that we did was being able to pass, DORA and CARA, Mr. Speaker, that gives money to the counties. And whatever we are passing now is just making sure that the National Treasury can be able to send money to our counties on time. And Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that when we went to the Division of Revenue mediation, we did insist that in case of any problems of exchequer releases and exchequer receipts in this country, then the national government must bear the risk. We have seen time without number, Mr. Speaker, when the Treasury would sometimes blame exchequer receipts as a problem on exchequer releases on money that go to the county. Mr. Speaker, because our counties have got no any strength whatsoever to be able to borrow money from outside the country when they have got physical problems, because they have got no any instruments to be able to get money to operate in any way when there is a lot of pressure in their physical infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, it's extremely critical that the National Treasury must honor the tenets of Article 219 of the Constitution. Article 219 articulates that as long as we have passed DORA and as long as we have passed CARA in this House, Mr. Speaker, it is critical that all money that go to the counties are honored and are sent there on time. And therefore, this is the importance of the piece of legislation that we are passing here today, that the National Treasury must be able to honor. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the schedule that has been shared, it actually articulates the amount that's supposed to go to the counties on a regular basis. In fact, it actually puts it into a chunks of almost a monthly basis. For instance, if you look at Migori County, you will see in that schedule that we have got 500 million that is expected at the end of this month. The next month we've got 600 plus million. The next month we've got 800 plus million. And these monies must go within that time frame. But Mr. Speaker, I will not leave this floor without emphasizing the role that the governors now must be able to take in putting these monies to good use. The work that the Senate has done in these past 2 months to pass DORA, to pass CARA, and now to pass this disbursement schedule is such a critical and important work that almost forms 96% of our work as senators to come and protect the interests of our counties, and that protection is making sure that they have money in the counties. Governors must now rise to the occasion that I know people are going to the election, and I know some governors will start using excuses around things like imprest to be able to take these monies from the counties. We must stand firm that the monies we have sent to the county must be used the right way, because we have done our work. Even as we go on recess, we have sent our monies to the counties. We have put the framework, the legal framework, to ensure that the National Treasury will be giving money to the counties on time. The biggest task now is for the common man, the young man who is struggling in Lake Victoria to be able to make a living by fishing, the young man who is struggling in Meru, growing Mira and other places, to be able to make sense of this piece of legislation is if this money will go and serve them. Now the country should see that the work remains with the governors. We have sent money and we have put the instruments to make sure that the money goes there every month. It is upon the governors to use it correctly. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, because this is a procedural motion, I don't want to say much. I want to thank the team from the from the Finance and Budget, as I second and support firmly that let's vote for this piece of legislation to take root today. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Roba and Senator Fernandi, take your seat. Senator Beatrice Akinyi. Senator for Homa Bay, kindly take your seat. Senator Korir. Now, honorable senators, I will now proceed to propose the question that the Senate adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the county government's equitable share cash disbursement schedule for financial year 2026-2027, which was laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 17th of June 2026, and that, pursuant to Section 17(7) of the Public Finance Management Act, and Standing Order 189.3, the Senate approved the county government's equitable share cash disbursement schedule for the financial year 2026-2027. Now, the floor is open for debate. This being a procedural motion, with your concurrence, can the minority leader and the majority leader approach the chair, please? So, honorable senators, with the concurrence, I will proceed to put the question, and therefore I will ask the Sergeant at Arms to kindly close the door and draw the bar. However, before you do that, Sergeant at Arms, before you close the door and draw the bar, kindly ring the division bell for 2 minutes. Nitakupatia Sergeant at Arms, kindly close the door and draw the bar. Clerk, kindly confirm that the system is ready for voting, so that I put the question. Okay. Senator Manzo, kindly take your seat. Honorable Senators, I will now put the question that the Senate adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the county government's equitable share cash disbursement schedule for the year 2026-2027, which was laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 17th of June, 2020. Senator Mbugua, you need to cast your vote, but just stay on your seat. The paper will be brought to you so that you may cast your vote. Honorable Senators, the division results are as follows. Senator Murango. Ayes 31 votes, nays 0, abstention 0. So the ayes have it. The minority leader and the majority leader kindly approach the chair. Such times you may now withdraw the ban, open the door. So then we'll go back to statements. Order number 7. Clerk, you may call that order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Request for statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. The Honorable Senator for Kitui County, Senator Enoch Wambua. Senator, you have 2 statements, so you can take them at a go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Speaker, there is a senator standing in between me and you.
Senator Eddy, take your seat. You're out of order, and I'll give you a first question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the recent discovery of 4 bodies buried in shallow graves in Mwingi, Kitui County. Mr. Speaker, sir, That's because Nigerians and Kenya are disturbing me. They can take. Thank you, the Speaker. I will take that again. The Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on a matter of countrywide concern regarding the recent discovery of 4 bodies buried in shallow graves in Mwingi, Kitui County. Mr. Speaker, sir, this disturbing incident, coupled with the discovery of 3 other bodies near Tia River Bridge approximately 3 weeks earlier and within the same locality, has caused great anxiety among residents and raised serious concerns regarding public security and criminal activity in the area. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the identities of the 4 deceased persons whose bodies were recently exhumed in Mwingi, including whether their next of kin have been informed. Number 2, the places of origin and residence of the deceased persons, and whether investigations have established whether they were killed within Mwingi or elsewhere before their bodies were transported and buried at the site. 3, the measures being undertaken by the National Police Service to apprehend and prosecute all persons involved in the killings and concealment of the bodies, and the timelines within which the investigations are expected to be concluded. Number 4, the progress made in establishing the motive behind the killings, including whether the incidents are isolated criminal acts or part of the activities of an organized criminal network or murderous cartel operating within the region. And lastly, number 5, the status of investigations into a similar incident reported approximately 3 weeks earlier, in which 3 bodies were recovered near Tia River Bridge, less than 2 kilometers from the site where the 4 shallow graves were recently discovered, including whether any link has been established between the 2 incidents. Mr. Speaker, I will seek the second statement. Mr. Speaker, while the Senator from Mandera was consulting with you, something serious was happening in the chamber. This microphone has gone off on me 4 times, Mr. Speaker. We have raised these issues about this system for a long time, and the suppliers are here, Mr. Speaker. I can see a member of the PSC here. This embarrassment must be brought to an end. If this thing goes off again, Mr. Speaker, I'll take it personally against Senator Joyce, who sits here on behalf of the Parliamentary Service Commission. The Speaker, having said that, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the protection of farmers in Kitui County from exploitation by brokers and middlemen during the marketing of agricultural produce. Mr. Speaker, sir, agriculture remains a primary source of livelihood for the majority of households in Kitui County. However, due to limited access to markets, inadequate storage facilities, insufficient market information, and weak bargaining power, many farmers are compelled to sell their produce at unfairly low prices. This significantly reduces their incomes and undermines agricultural productivity and sustainability. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, measures the government has put in place to protect farmers from exploitation by brokers and middlemen in the marketing of agricultural produce. 2, the status of support and strengthening of agricultural cooperative societies and farmer organizations to enhance collective bargaining and secure better returns for farmers. 3, the interventions being undertaken to improve access to storage facilities, market information, and other post-harvest support services. And number 4, measures being implemented to establish direct market linkages between farmers and buyers to improve farm gate prices and reduce reliance on exploitative intermediaries. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Senator for, no, Honorable Senator Paris Tobiko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I arise to raise a statement on the environmental and health impact of the operations of Environmental Combustion Consultants Limited, ECCL, in Kajiado County. Mr. Speaker, I arise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the operations and environmental compliance of Environmental Combustion Consultants Limited in Kajiado County.
Well, he hasn't.
Mr. Speaker, residents of Kaptei North, particularly in Empuyangat, Empatipat, Olturoto and Ilasit areas in Kajiado County, have raised serious concerns regarding the operations of ECCL, commonly referred to as Mwabe, a waste incineration facility located on land parcel number Kajiado Kaptei North, Kajiado/Kaptei North/24206. Mr. Speaker, the facility is said to be burning hazardous materials, including plastic waste, industrial chemical rejects, medical wastes, and even e-waste, Mr. Speaker. The operations of the company have resulted in persistent emissions of thick smoke and offensive odors, causing health complications, including persistent coughing, breathing difficulties, severe headaches, and other related health concerns. There are further concerns, Mr. Speaker, regarding the location of the facility in a predominantly agricultural and residential area, as well as the existence of large waste containment lagoons within the premises, which are reported to contain unidentified liquid waste and chemical residues, posing a risk of soil contamination, water resources, and other surrounding environment. In the statement, the committee should address the following issues. 1, the circumstances under which ECCL was licensed and permitted to establish a hazardous waste incineration facility in a predominantly agricultural and residential area, including whether adequate public participation was undertaken before approval, including the dates of the exercise and particulars of stakeholders involved. That is 1. 2, whether a comprehensive environmental, public health, and land use compliance audit has been undertaken by NEMA, the county government of Kajiado, and other relevant authorities, and if so, provide the findings of the audit and the company's compliance status. Number 3, the status of air quality, soil quality, and water quality assessments conducted within the affected areas, including whether the findings have been shared with the affected residents. Number 4, the nature and composition of substances stored in the dams, lagoons, ponds, or reservoirs within the company's premises, and whether a forensic environmental assessment has been conducted to determine their impact on public health and the environment. Number 5, whether the government intends to review, suspend, or revoke approvals, permits, and licenses issued to the company in light of the reports of non-compliance with county licensing requirements, public health standards, and environmental laws. Number 6 and final, the enforcement actions being taken to compel the company to undertake environmental restoration and remediation measures for any environmental damage occasioned by its operations. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Senator for Tharaka Nithi County, the Honorable Mwena Gataya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the challenges facing green grams farmers in Tharaka Nithi County. Mr. Speaker, sir, green gram is a major source of livelihood for thousands of residents in Tharaka Nithi County. Despite its immense potential, farmers continue to grapple with post-harvest losses, high production costs, and exploitation by brokers, which expose them to significant financial losses every harvest season. These persistent challenges have undermined incomes and threaten the sustainability of livelihoods for households and that depend on green gram and farming as a primary source of income. In the statement, Honorable Speaker, the committee should address the following: the measures being taken to create structured markets and expand local and international market access for green grams farmers in Tharaka Nithi County, the measures in place to protect farmers from exploitation by intermediaries and brokers, including enforcement of fair trade practices. But the Honorable Speaker, the committee should also look at the plans to allocate or mobilize resources or for establishing a green gram processing factory in Tharaka Nithi County to promote value addition, create employment, and support local and export markets. Number 4, Honorable Speaker, the committee should also look at the interventions for long-term solutions to secure fair and stable prices, including the establishment of a minimum guaranteed price and a price stabilization fund with clear timelines for rollout. The last one, Honorable Speaker, but not the least, the committee should also look at the mechanisms established across the counties to caution farmers against post-harvest losses, including losses caused by market shortages and oversupplying during peak seasons. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is Senator Mwenda Gataya, More Fire, CBS Member of Parliament, Tharaka Nithi County. Thank you.
Senator Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I have two statements. A request for statement on the alleged discovery of 3 bodies in Kadhiani and Matungulu sub-counties in Machakos County. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of National Security and Defense Foreign Relations on a matter of countrywide concerns regarding a discovery of 3 bodies in Kadhiani and Matungulu sub-counties in Machakos County under suspicious and disturbing circumstances. Mr. Speaker, sir, 2 bodies were discovered in Kaiwa location in Kadhiani sub-county, while a 3rd body was discovered at Koma area, Kalima village in Matungulu sub-county. These discoveries have raised serious concerns about violence, crime, and insecurity, and have caused public anxiety among residents. In this statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the circumstances leading to the deaths of the 3 and the discovery of their bodies in Machakos County, including whether the incident are officially recorded by government security agencies. 2, the status of investigations into the deaths, including steps taken to establish the identities of the deceased persons, notified and notify their next of kin. 3, whether the suspects behind the murder of the 3 persons have been identified and arrested and arraigned to court to face charges. 4, the long-term plan in place to strengthen security operations, enhance intelligence, and prevent reoccurrence of similar cases in Machakos County and the surrounding areas. Senator Agnes Kavindu Mudhama MP, Machakos County.
Senator Sigei.
The other statement, Mr. Speaker, I'll read
statements?
it. Yeah, I'll read it later. Let Sigei finish, then I pick the other one I read.
Senator Sigei, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the failure by the county government of Bomet to pay contractors for completed roadworks. Mr. Speaker, sir, several companies that were contracted by the county government of Bomet to undertake road maintenance and construction works between the year 2020, 2021 and 2024, 2025 financial years are yet to be paid by the county government despite completing all scopes of work, meeting all contractual obligations, and handing back the sites to the county government. This has placed severe financial strain on the affected companies and points to a systemic failure in the county government's financial management in light of the fact that the non-payment spans multiple financial years. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the list of the companies contracted by the county government of Bomet to undertake road maintenance and construction works in the year 2020-2021, 2021-22, 2022-23, 2023-24, and 2024-2025 financial years, including the respective contractual sums. 2, the percentage of works completed by each contractor, including details on the total amount paid for the completed works. 3, the reasons for the failure by the county government to settle the outstanding balances owed to the contractors. 4, the annual breakdown of the budgetary allocations and expenditures for road maintenance and construction projects in the specified financial years, and the criteria applied by the county government in prioritizing payments to the contracted companies. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the plan by the county government, if any, to settle the outstanding balances, including details on the associated timelines and the budgetary provisions earmarked for the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Fernandez. That statement is dropped. Senator Karungo Thangwa, the Senator for Kiambu County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Information, Communication and Technology on a matter of national concern regarding the status of the Constituency Digital Innovation Hubs project and the legal and policy framework supporting the digital economy in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, the government initiated the Constituency Digital Innovation Hubs project as part of its efforts to promote digital inclusion, innovation, entrepreneurship, and employment opportunities for the young people across the country. A pilot digital innovation hub was established in Limuru constituency in 2017, and a planned rollout of similar hubs across the country has been marked by limited public information. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1. The status of the Constituency Digital Innovation Hubs project, including the number of hubs planned, completed, and operational across the country, and the implementation timelines for the remaining hubs. 2. The total amount of funds allocated, disbursed, and utilized for the project since inception, indicating the sources of funding, procurement arrangements, and measures in place to ensure accountability and sustainability. 3. The governance and management framework for the project, including the roles of the Ministry of Information, Communication and the Digital Economy, county governments, and other implementing agencies. 4. The legal and policy framework supporting the establishment, operation, and sustainability of the Constituency Digital Innovations Hubs, and its alignment with the Kenya's Digital Economy Blueprint and other national digital transformation initiatives. And 5, Mr. Speaker, the impact of the digital innovation hubs on youth employment, digital skills development, and entrepreneurship, and the measures being undertaken to ensure equitable access for youth in rural, marginalized, and underserved areas. Mr. Speaker, I request.
Senator Rafael Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a request for a statement regarding the stalled Kombani Fresh Produce Market project in Kwale County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 531 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the prolonged and unexplained stalling of the Kombani Fresh Produce Market project in Kwale County. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Kombani Fresh Produce Market in Kwale County was commissioned in December 2021 at a cost of approximately Kenya shillings 130 million. The project, co-funded by the European Union and the county government of Kwale, was intended for good purpose to serve over 1,000 traders and farmers as a modern wholesale market. However, Mr. Speaker, the project has stalled for a very prolonged period, denying the residents of Kombani and Kwale at large the intended benefits of the projects. In the statement, the committee should address the following issues, Mr. Speaker. Number one, the factors responsible for the stalling of the projects. including the reasons for the dispute between the contractor and the county government, a breakdown of unpaid arrears, and the impacts on the facility's operationalization. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, the total budget for the project, funds disbursed and expended so far on the construction of the market to date, and any pending financial obligations. Number 3, whether measures have been put in place to ensure accountability, transparency, and sustainability of the project, including oversight by the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority and mechanisms to safeguard against mismanagement. Last, Mr. Speaker, the interventions, if any, by the county government of Kwale and the ministry responsible for devolution to resolve the disputes, operationalize the market, and deliver the intended benefits to traders, farmers, and the people of Kwale at large. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding procurement of plumbing, drainage, sewer treatment, and firefighting installation works under the tender reference number KIRDI 042526 at the Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute, KIRDI. Mr. Speaker, sir, public procurement is governed by the principles of transparency, accountability, fairness, competitiveness, and value for money, as enshrined in the Constitution and the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. Concerns have been raised in regard to the procurement process, evaluation, and award of the contract. In the statement, the committee should address the following: details of the budgetary provisions made for plumbing, drainage, sewer treatment, and firefighting installation works, including the source of funding and approved budget. 2, whether the procurement method adopted complied with the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015 and the justification for its application. The criteria used in the qualification and evaluation of bidders, and whether these communicated to all bidders. The status with procurement, the status of compliance with procurement laws and regulation during tendering, opening, technical evaluation, and financial evaluation, including how the successful bidder was determined. Whether approval for the procurement and award was duly granted by the head of procurement and other relevant authorities, supported by a professional opinion. The details of the awarded contract, including the name of the company, contract sum, scope of works, timeliness for completion, implementation status, advance payment, and compliance reporting to Public Procurement and Oversight Authority. Senator Jackson Mandago, EJH MP, Senator Uasin Gishu County.
Senator Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. A request for a statement on the lynching of 3 young men in Machakos County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of National Security, Defense, Foreign Affairs, Foreign Relations on a matter of countrywide concerns regarding the tragic lynching of 3 young men, namely Kennedy Katu, Stanley Mudhungu, and Charles Mutiso in Machakos town on the 31st of May 2026. Mr. Speaker, sir, the circumstances surrounding the death of the 3 have generated widespread public concerns and raised serious questions regarding mob justice, public safety, and the protection of the constitutional rights. While initial reports alleged that the victims were involved in criminal activities, subsequent accounts from family members, witnesses, and local residents have disputed these claims and called for a comprehensive investigations into the event regarding to their deaths. The incident has highlighted the dangers of misinformation, extrajudicial punishment, and the growing prevalence of mob justice in the country. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, circumstances surrounding the deaths of the 3 young men, including the findings of any investigations undertaken by the National Police Service and the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, DCI. 2, the status of investigations into the individuals who participated in the inciting of the mob attack, including measures taken to identify, arrest, and prosecute those responsible. 3, the role of law enforcement agencies before, during, and after the incident, including whether there was a timely police response and what action were taken to prevent the incident. 4, the measures being implemented by the Ministry of Interior and National Administration and the National Police Service to curb the mob justice, strengthen public awareness on the rule of law, and enhance public confidence in the criminal justice systems. Senator Agnes Kavindu Mudhama, MP, Senator Machakos County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, a statement pursuant to Standing Order 57-1, the Majority Leader. Okay, that statement is deferred. Before I allow comments on these Senator Okoli, do you have instructions to make this statement on behalf of the Majority Leader?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Statement number 15 of 2026. Statement by the Senate Majority Leader on the business of the Senate for the week commencing Tuesday, 14th July 2026, pursuant to Standing Order 57-1. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 57-1, I hereby present the business for the week commencing Tuesday, 14th July 2026. As honorable senators are aware, in accordance with the calendar of the 5th session, the Senate will proceed to recess at the rise of the Senate today. Regular sittings will resume on Tuesday, 14th July 2026. Mr. Speaker, sir, before I proceed with the statement, honorable senators may recall that during the sitting of Wednesday, 17th June 2026, the Senate considered and passed the following. 1. The County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bills number 10 of 2026, and the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, Senate number 8 of 2026. These bills have been referred to the National Assembly for consideration. I take this opportunity to thank honorable senators for the good work that was done on Wednesday. Nevertheless, even as we break for recess, there still remains substantial business pending conclusion in the Senate. As indicated in today's order paper, at order number 8, a motion on consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on Finance Budget on the County Government's Equitable Share Cash Disbursement Schedule for the financial year 2026-2027 has been listed. Further, at order number 10 and 11, there are 2 bills awaiting division at the second reading. In addition, at order number 12, there is a motion on consideration of the reports of the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation on this consideration of the Traffic School Transport Rules 2026, legal notice number 11 of 2026, the Traffic Motor Vehicle Inspection Rules 2026, Legal Notice number 13 of 2026, and the National Transport and Safety Authority Operation of Commercial Vehicles Regulations 2026, Legal Notice number 14 of 2026, which is also awaiting division further from orders number 19 to 26. There are 8 bills awaiting division at the Committee of the Whole. I therefore request honorable senators to remain in the chamber so that we may consider and conclude the important business before the House. Further, I request the party whips to mobilize the requisite number of delegations for the divisions to be undertaken. Mr. Speaker, sir, as regards to pending business before the Senate, the status is as follows. 61 bills are pending conclusion, of which 40 are at second reading, 20 are at Committee of the Whole, and 1 is awaiting first reading. 12 motions are pending conclusion. 20 petitions are pending before the respective standing committees. Of these, 16 are due for reporting, and 517 statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 are under consideration by standing committees. Mr. Speaker, sir, at the next sitting of the Senate on Tuesday, 14th July 2026, the tentative business for the day will include business not concluded from today's order paper, as well as business indicated in the notice paper. The tentative business for the morning sitting on Wednesday, 15th July 2026, will include questions to Cabinet Secretaries as approved by the Senate Business Committee, as well as motions. The questions scheduled are those to the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, and Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Roads and Transport. Mr. Speaker, sir, the tentative business for the afternoon sitting on Wednesday, 15th July 2026, will include business not concluded from Tuesday's order paper and the following. Bills at second reading. The Agriculture and Food Authority Amendment Bill, Senate number 13 of 2023. The County Governments Amendment Bill, Senate number 39 of 2024. The Street Naming and Property Addressing System Bill, Senate number 43 of 2024. The County Government Laws Amendment Bill, Senate number 14 of 2025. The Kenya Health Products and Technologies Regulatory Authority Bill, National Assembly number 54 of 2022. And finally, the Mining Amendment Bill, Senate number 22 of 2025. Bills at Committee of the Whole. The Sports Bill, Senate number 33 of 2024. The Agriculture Produce Minimum Guarantee Returns Bill, number 17 of 2025. The National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 15 of 2025. The Environmental Management and Coordination Amendment Bill, National Assembly number 66 of 2023, and the Autism Management Bill, Senate number 19 of 2025. Motions. The rising cases of student unrest, arson and insecurity in schools in Kenya. And the projected business for Thursday, 16th July 2026, will include business not concluded in the order paper for Wednesday, 15th July 2026, and any other business scheduled by the Senate Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you and hereby lay the statement on the table of the Senate. Senator Aaron Cheruiyot, Majority Leader. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Senators, before I allow comments on these statements, there is a statement by the Senator Fernandi that had been dropped. Being the last day for this session, you may proceed, Honorable Senator, to read. He has given valid reason. He had gone to address the Kenyans who are out there demonstrating and picketing.
Mr. Speaker, and I was doing on your direction to address, so I was on Speaker's assignment. Mr. Speaker, request for statement on the plight of ECD teachers in Nandi County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education on a matter of county-wide concern regarding welfare, terms of service, and career progression of early childhood development education ECED teachers in Nandi County. Mr. Speaker, sir, on 16 June 2026, ECD teachers in Nandi County staged demonstrations to highlight long-standing grievances affecting their welfare, including the absence of schemes of service, lack of promotion, and despite academic advancement, absence of a clear organizational structure and job grading framework, inadequate remuneration, delayed salaries, job insecurity, and insufficient engagement by the county government of Nandi on matters affecting their welfare. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1. Current staffing establishment and terms and conditions of service at ECED teachers in Nandi County, indicating the number of teachers and their employment status and job groups, and whether these align with those of ECD teachers in other counties and comparable public officers. Mr. Speaker, number 2, steps taken to implement the scheme of service and to develop a clear organization structure and career progression pathways. Number 3, concrete plans for promotion and career advancement, particularly for those who have upgraded their academic and professional qualifications. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, sir, remuneration framework and compliance, including salaries, allowances, and alignment with salaries and remuneration commission guidelines, as well as addressing delayed payments and payroll irregularities. And finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, job security and engagement, including absorption into permanent and pensionable terms where applicable, and structured dialogue with teachers to prevent future disruptions. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the indulgence.
Now, Senator Fernandi, having gone to listen to the grievances by the Health Union Caucus, you were presented with a memorandum. You may proceed to table it so that I commit it to the Committee on Health.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I was approached by the officials of various organizations like Kenya Union of Clinical Officers, KUNAD, Kenya National Union of Nurses, Kenya National Pharmaceutical and Technologies, Kenya National Union of Medical Laboratory Officers, Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Union. Mr. Speaker, they presented me with the memorandum that their prayers is that there should be immediate observation of all UHC and Global Fund staff into permanent and pensionable, and issuance of appointment letters by 30th June 2026. Parliament, of course, to include funds through equitable, shareable, rather than annual condition grants, which are unsustainable and continue to expose UHC and Global Fund workers to uncertain and job insecurity. Number 3, the Health Union Caucus to be actively involved in engagements regarding transition of UHC and Global Fund workers into permanent and pensionable terms. And finally, any other remedial measures necessary to restore dignity and livelihood and career continuity. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the members of UHC, there are 7,400, but what we have there are representatives and their officials, Mr. Speaker, sir, and as per the unions, Mr. Speaker, this was signed by Chairperson of Health Union Caucus. It was signed by General Secretary and CEO of Kenya Union of Clinical Officers, Secretary General of KCO of KHPHPU, and then General Secretary of KMPDU, Dafchi Atela, and Odipo Nicholas, National Chair of KN Mulo, and Peterson Washiria, and George M. Kiboro, Seth Panyako, Secretary General and CEO, Kenya National Union of Nurses, Michael Ouma Odera, Secretary General of KUNAD, and Kenneth, Chair of KNUPT. Mr. Speaker, I beg to table, and thank you for the indulgence. Let me beg to table the memorandum on behalf of those unions and UHC staff to the floor and to the table of the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to table.
Okay, very well, Senator Chalage. That memorandum is committed to the Standing Committee on Health. Honorable Senators, I have very brief communications to make before we get to the comments on statements. Honourable Senators, Senator Chalage, Senator Sosi, can you maybe find your way to the nearest seat possible? Honourable Senators, I have a message to communicate from the County Assembly of Kilifi. And this is the resolution of the County Assembly of Kilifi to suspend its plenary sittings from 21st to 25th September 2026 to facilitate Senate Mashinani. Honorable Senators, I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 48, 4 and 5, I have received the following message from the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kilifi regarding the resolution of the County Assembly to suspend its plenary and committee sittings from 21st to 25th September 2026 to facilitate the Senate Mashinani program. The message written Tuesday 9th June 2026 was received in the office of the Clerk of the Senate on Tuesday 16th June 2026. Pursuant to Standing Order 48.4, I now report the message. I open the quotes. However, the County Assembly House Business Committee recommended the suspension of sittings from Monday 21st September to Friday 25th September 2026. Further, aware that the Standing Order 25.4 of the Kilifi County Assembly Standing Orders provides that the Assembly may, for good cause, alter its calendar. Further, aware that at a sitting held on Tuesday 9th June 2026 at 2:30 p.m., the Assembly considered and approved a motion to suspend its own sittings during the same period in order to facilitate the Senate Mashinani program, and resolved to alter its calendar accordingly, suspending its plenary and the committee sittings of the 15th session, then depart for the period 21st, 25th September 2026, and to resume its sittings on Monday, 28th September 2026. Now, therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 37, I hereby convey this decision of the County Assembly of Kilifi to the Senate. Honorable Senators, as you are aware, on Tuesday, 5th May 2026, under Senator Chalage, this is not the tradition of the Senate. When the Speaker is upstanding and communicating to the Senate, you should offer the Chair enough respect. Under Senators, as you are aware, on Tuesday, 5th May 2026, the Senate resolved to hold its plenary and committee sittings in Kilifi County during the same period. The resolution of the County Assembly to suspend its plenary and committee sittings to facilitate the Senate Mashinani program is therefore noted with the precision, and the House is accordingly guided. Thank you. I have another communication on substantiation of facts that the Senate arranges to be true pursuant to Standing Order 105, Senator Okia Omtata MP. Honorable Senators, as you recall, during the afternoon sitting of the Senate held on Wednesday, 17 June 2026, while contributing to the County Allocation Revenue Bill, Senate Bills number 10 of 2026, the Senator for Busia County, Senator Okia Omtata MP, stated as follows. Open of quotes. I have never seen domestic borrowing in any budget I have examined since 2010. Yet we borrow more than 1 trillion shillings domestically without the approval of Parliament. End of quotes. It was at this point that the Senator for Nandi County, Senator Samson Chalage MP, rose on a point of order pursuant to Standing Order 105, challenging Senator Omtata MP to substantiate his allegation that the national government is borrowing without the approval of the Parliament, and in that regard has borrowed in excess of Kenya shillings 1 trillion. I thereupon directed Senator Omtata MP to substantiate the statement as required under Standing Order 105.1. Honorable Senators, as you are aware, the Standing Order 105 says that 1, a senator shall be responsible for the accuracy of any facts that the senator alleges to be true and may be required to substantiate any such facts instantly.
2, if a senator has sufficient reason to convince the speaker that the senator is unable to substantiate the allegations instantly, the speaker shall require that such senator substantiates the allegations not later than the next sitting day, failure to which the senator shall be deemed to be disorderly within the meaning of Standing Order 121, disorderly conduct, unless the senator withdraws the allegations and gives us a suitable apology, if the speaker so requires. Senator Mtata MP was not able to substantiate his statement instantly and requested for time to do so at the next sitting in accordance with Standing Order 1052. Having acceded to the request, I directed that the senator substantiates the statements at the next sitting day. Accordingly, and pursuant to Standing Order 1052, I now invite Senator Mtata MP to forthwith substantiate his statement, failure to which the senator shall be deemed to be disorderly within the meaning of Standing Order 121. Just a minute, Senator Mtata. Senator Okio Mtata, you are out of order. Senator Okio Mtata, you must really follow the procedures of this House and the rules, the standing orders, and whatever it takes. Let me repeat. Accordingly, and pursuant to Standing Order 1052, I now invite Senator Mtata MP to forthwith substantiate his statement, failure to which the senator shall be deemed to be disorderly within the meaning of Standing Order 121. In the absence of such substantiation, the senator will be required to withdraw the statement and apologize to the Senate. I thank you. Senator Mtata.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because I want, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to substantiate, and because I'm dealing with a very important issue of public money, I would request that I walk the House, because I'm substantiating to the House, I walk the House through my 1,305-page bit of evidence to substantiate what I said on this floor. And I have a summary of 13 pages, I have a digest of that evidence, reduced to 13 pages, which I've made 24 copies of each, and I would like to give it to members. Mr. Speaker,
So, Senator Mtata, can you table your evidence? If you have the material evidence to substantiate your claims, and then I will analyze them and communicate.
Mr. Speaker, I have to say what I'm tabling.
Yes.
Even people came to table papers.
Yes, you have a few minutes to do so.
My brother here came to table papers. He read and told us what he was tabling, and then he tabled.
That's what I'm requesting you to do. You
so kindly allow me to
what
do.
You have.
So, Mr. Speaker, as I proceed to table, I would like to come out clearly that other than divine revelation in Holy Scripture and church tradition, my belief in God is anchored on very simple mathematical formulae that reveal the undeniable existence and presence of God in simple realities like life comes from life, language comes from language, nothing comes from nothing, information is immaterial, is not material, and mathematics comes from mathematics. Mr. Speaker, sir, because mathematics comes from mathematics, 1 + 1 does not always add up to 2. There are instances and scientifically proven where 1 plus 1 does not add up to 2. And an example is this. Mr. Speaker, if I take these two bottles and I add them together into one bottle, and each bottle is 20 degrees centigrade. When I add the two together, I don't get 40 degrees centigrade. I just get 20 degrees centigrade. If I want to change the temperature of this water, I need to activate to excite the particles that are in this water by introducing temperature from out. So, Mr. Speaker, what I'm going to substantiate is a mathematical formula whereby 1 plus 1 equals to 2. And to begin with, Mr. Speaker, I have prepared a document here. It's titled, it's on my letterhead, it is titled, Documents Tabled Before the Senate of the Republic of Kenya in Substantiation of Statements Made on the Floor of the Senate regarding public borrowing, parliamentary approval, and compliance with the Constitution and the law. Mr. Speaker, the document is dated today, and the parliamentary context of the document is what you have just laid out when you invited me to speak, that what I said on the floor, I was invited to substantiate. So the documents contained in this volume are tabled for the purpose of placing before the Senate evidence, records, analysis, official correspondence, statutory instruments, financial statements, reports, and other relevant material in support of the submissions I made. These documents concern the legality, constitutionality, authorization, reporting, management, and oversight of public borrowing by the government of Kenya. The documents are intended to assist the Senate in the discharge of its constitutional mandate of oversight and accountability in matters relating to public finance, public debt, and the protection of sovereignty of the people of Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, I've prepared a summary of all borrowing by the government of Kenya since the first budget that was made under this current constitution, the new constitution. That's the budget for the year 2014 to 2015. So I've given an analysis of the budget and the borrowing provisions from the year 2014 to the year 2022, which was by President Uhuru Kenyatta, within which period I have demonstrated that a total of 6.607 trillion shillings was borrowed by the government, yet Parliament only approved 2 trillion shillings. 6.6 trillion was borrowed, Parliament approved only 2 trillion shillings. So there's 4.6 trillion that was borrowed outside the budget system. And Mr. Speaker, between the year 2022 to the year 2026, under the administration of President William Ruto, His Excellency, a total of 5.8 trillion shillings was borrowed by us at the end of 3rd of April 2026. Out of that money, only 1.04 trillion was approved by Parliament. 4.806 trillion was not approved, was borrowed outside the budget line. So you can already see that within 4 years, President Ruto has overcome Uhuru's 8 years in terms of borrowing outside the budget. And the grand totals that we have in these documents The evidence is here. I'm reading evidence. I'm not alleging. I'm reading evidence. I'm tabling evidence. I'm tabling evidence.
Senator Chalagay, what is your point of order?
The procedure for tabling.
Mr. Speaker, I thought understanding order 101 and 105, you just state the documents that you want to prove your substantiation. On it, you don't need to explain. That is the understanding of Standing Order 101 and Standing Order 105 on veracity. So he has even gone ahead and even is increasing, is creating other allegations which we didn't demand, Mr. Speaker, because even including that is borrowing outside the budget, which was not the cause of substantiation yesterday, Mr. Speaker. Can you guide, and Mr. Speaker, can the senator sit down, because I'm on a point of order. We must follow procedures. He cannot be saying he wants to protect the Constitution and abusing the same Constitution. We must follow the Constitution, Your Excellency, sir. And if you want to run for president, run away from such issues. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm trying to make is very simple. It is just to explain to us, this is the standing order, this is what I'm going to use. He doesn't need to debate or explain, Mr. Speaker. Can you guide the member appropriately? Because he will increase some of us to raise further clarifications.
Senator Mtata was doing so well, actually, up to that point. Yes. Because what he was giving us is the documents that he wants to table for my analysis. Because, you know, this is so voluminous, I cannot determine now. So what I want you to do, Senator Mtata, is to table the documents that you have as your evidence of substantiation. And then I will communicate after I go through the volume. Yes, Senator Majority Leader.
You have guided well. I'm saying you have guided it, Senator Mtata, very well. And I'm keenly listening because I want to hear the documents that he's tabling. But the reading of Standing Order 105, Mr. Speaker, is not what he is doing. Because what he's doing now is to justify his statement. I believe that is not in his place because he has already made the allegation. He has been challenged, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, I want to believe that you need to guide. And also lastly, can you guide on time, Mr. Speaker? Because otherwise, we may be here the entire afternoon in the pretext that I am showing the documents. Then Mtata speaks until it's 6:30. Can you guide us? So just for good order.
Majority Leader, of course, reading the documents that he is tabling does not take even 2 minutes. Maximum 3 minutes. Just to read. The way Senator Sifuna did yesterday so well. He tabled all the documents. And then the Speaker is analyzing his evidence. So Senator Sifuna and Deputy Minority Leader, can you also guide the team on how to table documents before the Senate?
I think Mr. Sifuna, Senator Sifuna can inform on how thick his document was.
Mtata, proceed and table your documents. And stop dramatizing.
Senators, I'm not dramatizing, Mr. Speaker. I'm dealing with a problem here. I'm dealing with a house that got some very ignorant members who cannot distinguish between what is inside a budget and parliamentary approval.
Senator Mtata, you see now what you are actually inviting this afternoon. Senator Ndiokech, what is your point of order? Order, Senator Mtata. Senator Mtata, just listen to the points of order.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the veracity of this matter, and I understand that Senator Mtata is keen to substantiate what the documents that he has brought here, and we need to understand them also. However, Mr. Speaker, the rules of this House are very clear on the language that must be used in this House. To call members of this House, and you know he has used the English term "some." From where we come from, the word "some" means that it is a number of people here. Mr. Speaker, we have got very competent members in this House. And if Mutata feels that some are ignorant, Mr. Speaker, it will be abusive to those members. I find that term unparliamentary, and I don't want it to go to a big drama. I just wanted to ask you, perhaps through your orders, Mr. Speaker, that Senator Okiya Mutata withdraws and apologizes to all members of the House, but in the same spirit, I support him to just make sure that he actually presents this document, because I want to go through them. Somebody who understands numbers, I'm very keen on this substantiation so that I can be able to support him coming. But yeah. Yeah, we will get the analysis from the Speaker. So, but we need to get to understand them. But you need to withdraw that issue under ignorance, and then. Speaker clarification. The Speaker, this point of order must first of all apologize to, because I'm scared. Maybe I'm among the.
I'll question Senator Mutata. Use parliamentary language, and also respect to your colleague members.
To say somebody is ignorant does not mean you are insulting him. To say somebody is stupid is an insult. To say somebody is ignorant is not an insult and is parliamentary. It means he requires information, and people make points of order here, Mr. Speaker, asking to inform somebody. When you ask to inform me, you are basically saying I'm ignorant of an issue, and so you are informing me. The word ignorant does not mean stupid.
Senator Okiya Mutata. Senator Sifuna, what is your point of clarification that you want to raise?
Speaker, I just wanted to intervene as a leader in this House and to speak to, I don't know, we are in a WhatsApp group together. I don't want to say it here. But Honorable Chair, you know, this problem has been created partly by our rules, that we feel frustrated sometimes as members that the House never gets to know what the quality of material that was presented to the Speaker before the decision is made, because the decision is usually the Chair's decision. Now, for instance, I was asked to substantiate something on this floor just a few weeks ago. I provided video, and I had requested that that video be played here. For some reason, that has not happened. I continue to sit here just waiting for judgment. Secondly, the document that I tendered here or tabled was a one-page document. It was an extract of the Hansard of the National Assembly. So, of course, I took a shorter time. What we can encourage Senator Mutata to do is to run quickly through the list of the documents. And if we, as members of the House, afford him a little latitude, I'm sure by now we would have finished. Because the issue that he is raising is a heavy issue. I don't think it is comparable to any other moment when we have been required to substantiate heavy matters like this. So if you can guide, Chair, that we allow him, you can specify the amount of time, but during that time there be as few interruptions as possible, so that he, as a presidential candidate, can go through the material that is presenting him.
What I encountered so well, Senator Sifuna, Deputy Minority Whip. Senator Sigei owned your horses. Chalagay, Chalagay. What I meant is that Senator Mutata, just read through the list of documents that you have, right? And then you give the chair time to go through that volume so that now you can determine whether you have substantiated your issues. And Honorable Senators, I will not take any other point of order until Senator Mutata clears his issues. Senator Mutata, stop.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
I gave him the question. Senator Chalagay, Senator Okech, and don't need any guidance from you as I sit here. I gave him question that he should use parliamentary language. That is enough question.
So, Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for protecting me from my good friend, the Bull of Nandi. So, Mr. Speaker, I have got a total of 93 sets of documents that are contained in this volume. The first, and these documents were downloaded from the websites of the National Treasury, the Central Bank of Kenya, Parliament, and the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, number 1, the Appropriation Act of 2014 on pages 1 to 20. Number 2, the Appropriation Act of 2015 on pages 21 to 41. Number 3, the Appropriation Act 2016 on pages 42 to 68. Number 4, the Appropriation Act 2017 on pages
Senator Mtatu, you don't need to read the 93 documents now.
What are you asking me to do, honestly? Mr. Speaker, I would rather you throw me out than I do a shambolic job here. Throw me out, I go. I go with my documents.
Be able to read all through from number 1 to 93.
Why shouldn't I read? People
Just say you have documents
Speaker,
from number 1 to number 93. And then, unless you are unable to substantiate, then the standing order will deal with it.
Walk away.
You can't give yourself majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, maybe we should help our colleague Senator Mtata, because maybe he's under the wrong impression that there are people who are opposed to him tabling this evidence. Let me tell you, Senator Mtata, at least myself, I take this issue of debt very seriously. It is the biggest threat to our existence as a country today. And any attempt, Mr. Speaker, to make things better is most welcome. I'll let you know, for example, Senator Mtata, just a comment, so that you know that we wish you well and I support what you're doing, and I'd wish to learn from the documents you've tabled. When the debt anchor came to this House in 2019, I was among the only 6 senators that opposed it. 90% of members supported that debt to move it from 6 to 10 trillion. Therefore, I support what you're doing. But to guide us as a House, what the Speaker is requesting you to do is to tell us, I have downloaded documents from National Treasury, this and this, from Parliamentary Budget Office or the National Assembly, whatever, such and such documents. But honestly, to expect that as a House, we will sit, especially because there is no material value to us, listing all the 93 documents that you have, is being unfair on the time of the House, given that it's the last day, we have business that we need to prosecute. So we take what you're saying seriously. I also want, maybe perhaps if the Speaker can allow, that the rest of us, we also read through your documents. But you will lose good opportunity to do good value for your country if we dwell on the sideshows of the items you want to read and the rest, and not the very important documents you're tabling. Therefore, it's a humble request from your colleagues, not the Speaker alone.
Senator Sosi.
Mr. Speaker, you know, when you read Standing Order number 105, it's very clear. It talks about substantiation. And my English dictionary reading of the meaning of substantiation, it means you provide proof or evidence. I think Senator Mtata is a victim of inadequacy of our standing orders. Because if he raised a matter, a claim in this House, and he was to come and provide proof within Standing Order number 105, then we should allow him to do that, instead of appearing like to be curtailing him, because some of the things he's going to say is going to be discomfort to some people. I have gone through this before, Mr. Speaker. You remember I raised the issue of Moi University. And the same Cheregei did not allow me to substantiate. Eventually, the evidence I had, the Speaker came later to declare that evidence as not admissible in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a House where we need to exercise freedom of speech. Let me finish.
I want
this
to
is
give
a House.
That gratitude because you have mentioned his name, so that also it is fair.
Yeah, but I was already on a point of order.
Is,
I was on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. I was on a point of order.
For heaven's sake, I was on a point of order.
Senator Ososi. Senator Ososi, have your seat first. Senator Ososi, you know, being on a point of order also you cannot impute improper motive and allegations to your colleagues, even if you're on a point of order. Right? So that is why it is the obligation of the chair to make sure that the House is managed well. But also, let us give Senator Okiya Omtatah time just to table the documents. And actually, once you table these documents, the chair also has obligation even to declare the property of the House. And I have no problem with the documents, even if members interact with them. Senator Omtatah, proceed. No, both of your point of orders have been dismissed. Senator Omtatah. Senator Okiya Omtatah, kindly do justice to this House so that we make progress.
Mr. Speaker, when I opened and I talked about mathematics coming from mathematics, and 1 + 1 not always adding up to 2, and circumstances where 1 + 1 just remains 1, I was pointing at exactly this kind of misbehavior, this kind of misconduct. And maybe, Mr. Speaker, we are here for performance. The substantiation I'm being asked to make is a performatory substantiation. I'm not created for performance. I'm real. And so either I'm allowed to substantiate, Mr. Speaker, sir,
proceed and table your documents, Senator Omtatah.
Or you cannot tell me not to give a digest. You cannot tell me not to read the list of what I'm presenting and then claim I'm substantiating. I don't mock myself, Mr. Speaker, sir.
What you said is you have 93 set of documents.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Who said I have to bring one document? Who said I have to bring one document?
I think you are not ready to substantiate.
So be it. We are lowering the dignity of this House. We cannot come here with rumors. I'm trying to substantiate an item. The consequences of not substantiating is being thrown out of this House.
You must use the procedures of substantiating.
The consequences are dire.
Can you lay down the documents that you have? Also for the chair.
You have denied me the chance to lay down the documents I have. If I cannot go through the list of documents I've presented, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's me who is being challenged. I have to read the 93 documents.
Can you just table what you have?
If the majority leader said there's no time, you have got power under standing order number 1 to adjourn this process. We come back in the new term when there's enough time. I do proper substantiation. I'm not going to be crucified on the cross of no time.
Take your evidence.
But you cannot tell me how to lay my evidence by denying me to lay the evidence, Mr. Speaker, sir.
So, Senator Okiya Omtatah, just lay on the table the documents that you have.
The Speaker was at number 5. The Appropriation Act 2018 on pages 100 to 131. The Appropriation Act 2019 on pages 132 to 159. The Appropriation Act 2020 on pages 160 to 194. The Appropriation Act 2021 on pages 195 to 221. The Appropriation Act 2022 on pages 222.
Majority Leader, what's your point of order?
Rules, and we cannot create rules for ourselves. What Senator Omtatah finds to be just to him might not necessarily be just to me. Mr. Speaker, there is a well laid down procedure, and it's not the first time. Senator Omtatah, I'm sure, has seen other members being challenged and asked to do substantiation and how it has been done. Surely, Senator Umtata, even if you try to persuade us that what you're doing is substantiation by quoting documents that are publicly available with no explanation whatsoever, we don't have the benefit of that document. You're just being dramatic. I'd wish, Mr. Speaker, to request that if Senator Umtata really wanted to substantiate, then he will take time and explain. Mr. Speaker, I beg for your attention because I can see, I don't mind resuming my seat. You be briefed first, then I speak because I need your attention.
Proceed.
I proceed? Yes. You see, Mr. Speaker, we have been on this matter for 30 minutes. You actually rose at 16:00. It's now 16:38. And the reason, Mr. Speaker, we are not making headway is because our colleague is insisting on a procedure that only he has invented, not how this House has normally transacted its business. So can you guide us, Mr. Speaker? If you're permitting Senator Umtata to read all the 93 documents, it's okay, we'll sit and be prepared. If you're asking him to table the documents, as has been the practice, then we shall equally be prepared. What happened is that you had an altercation between the two of you, then Senator Umtata just started reading, so we don't know what's happening. So I want to know, what is your decision on this matter? Do we sit down and listen to him reading the 93 documents, or he tabled, so that we know what to do?
You remember, Majority Leader, I clearly guided Senator Umtata, there is no need of reading the 93 titles that is reading all documents, one by one up to 93. He can say, I have these documents, which are from content number 1 to number 93 or to number 100, and then he tables that volume. I have this another set, this set containing this information, and then it tables, right? So we don't need to he's insisting he should read the 93 documents or whatever evidence he has. So Senator Umtata, I lead and guided you, just table the say from number 1 to 93, this is what I have.
Mr. Speaker, sir, yesterday, when I commented that these documents were publicly available and I did not need to substantiate, I was told to substantiate. Now Majority Leader stands here and says these are public documents that are readily available. Why this circus? Yesterday I said this is public information. I was told to come and it was not public information.
Can you table the documents that you have?
And I'm going to
without
table the
reading
documents,
number 1 to 93.
and I'm not going to be micromanaged in the way I defend myself.
The chair gives guidance to the House, not to micromanaging.
But you are
not
me.
The chair, Senator Umtata.
I'm not the chair.
Senator Umtata. You cannot take the authority of the chair and say what you want to do and what you must do. If you are not ready to follow the chair, then it's up to you. Because you are supposed to substantiate. If you are not ready to follow the chair's guidelines, then maybe you are not ready to substantiate. Or maybe you know your documents have no material, enough material. Just a minute. So, Senator Umtata, you know, we have some business to clear before the end of business today. And the reason why we have authority, even that means there, is for the chair to guide the House appropriately. And if I've guided you and you are not listening to the chair, then I'll be left with no other option but to use the standing orders, which is the creation of this Senate. So can you kindly, and I've appealed to you severally, in a very gentle manner, to table the documents that you have in a manner that are prescribed.
Mr. Speaker, I've listened to what you just said when I was sitting there, that you think these things might be empty, tabula rasa, that maybe I'm not able to. You are casting aspersions on me, who is coming to appear before this House, and I don't know what kind of conduct that is. Mr. Speaker,
Proceed and the table the documents.
This House is not ready for me to substantiate. Let the chips fall where they may, or where they must. This House is not ready for me to substantiate. I'm not going to be part of a masquerade.
Are you ready to table the documents, or you are
What
not
have I been
ready?
doing all the time? You have been stopping. I tried to substantiate, to explain what was in the documents. I was stopped. When I began reading the list of documents, the majority leader stood up and said, I'm reading things without explaining. Why am I being tied in knots? Mr. Speaker, I was elected to be here. I represent people in this House. Then they not elect me to come and
Mtata, you
perform.
know, you were elected also to follow guidelines of the Senate. That is why not everybody
Yeah,
is
the
in this
guidelines
House.
are not what is in the mind of an individual.
Because
the
you should-
guidelines are in a piece of paper called the standing orders. I've been asked to substantiate. It's an English word. Mr. Speaker, can you guide me on the meaning of the word substantiate? Then I proceed. Word. Mr. Speaker,
I can see Senator Mtata is not ready to do that. Let's go to the next order. Yeah, that's what I want to check. You know there are two ways, Senator Mtata. What you can do, there are two ways to do it. Either you request the Speaker, the Chair, for more time to do it, or maybe you say you withdraw and you are not able to substantiate. That is the only two ways that you have. Yes, Senator Mtata.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I request that you allocate a new date when I can come in the new term to do a substantiation, something that comes from the word substance, substantiation, and not articles. And you know, if you read Aristotle, we have got substance, reality is made of substance, and habit. I want to deal with the substance, not the habit. But you stopped me to explain the titles. You stopped me, you stopped me. So, Mr. Speaker, give me time when I can come back and walk the House.
Under Senator Mtata. Senator Mtata, Senator Mtata's request is very valid. This matter, as the majority leader put it, is very, very important for this nation. And we must give him time also to just go back, and also you can also summarize the 93, 1 to 93, you can summarize and bring something concrete to this House, which we can also give, the chair will give us even an opportunity to debate those documents that you have, so that also we can help this country in one or the other. So, not today. I've given him time after the break. He can come back with a lot of energy. But now we should reduce that volume from number 1 to 93. Also, even when we come back, reading from 1 to 93, still will not be. Yeah, so Senator Okiya Omtatah, summarize your evidence, and then you bring when we resume. Let's go to the next business. Honorable Senators, you know, before we go to that break, we were on the comments on statements. So maybe we can go there straight away. Senator Tobiko, is she around? Senator Kenyuri. You know, men have a bit argued here, one or the other. You give us at least maybe another platform from this gracious lady.
Thank you, Speaker. I wish to comment on the statement by Senator Wambua and Senator Kavindu on the killings we are experiencing, just by mentioning that the same, less than 2 weeks ago, we lost one Elijah Nyambega who was abducted and murdered by unknown assailants, who was a student in KU from Nyangusu in Bobasi constituency. Then later on, there was a decomposing body of an elderly man, 50 years, by the name Geoffrey Oteri Nyamao. And just yesterday, we have one Amos Manasseh of Keroka Technical Training Institute, who was actually stoned to death yesterday, Mr. Speaker. We are having a series of these murders, reasons not known because there are so many allegations surrounding the deaths of those people. I want to call that the security department really looks into this matter and urge that our people should not take the law to their own hands, where you stone people and kill people without giving chance to know why we are having what we are having, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to call that the security agencies swing into action, not only in looking into the issue by Senator Wambua and Senator Kavindu, but also by the murders that have reported from those areas, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Sifuna.
Speaker, I wanted to make brief comments on the statement that was brought by Senator for Bomet, Wakili Hilary Sigei, on unpaid contractors. Just to inform this House, in the morning, Honorable Speaker, we had a conversation with the chair of COG. The chair of COG is the governor of Wajir, and some of the problems that we were discussing are captured in the conversation that has been initiated by Senator Sigei. Speaker, in fact, one of the clashes that we're having with county governors is that they don't want monies that go to counties to be ring-fenced for specific purposes. But the frustration that is on the ground, and I'm sure colleague senators will agree, is that whenever we lump the county money in the equitable share, most of the times the governors do what they want with that money. The governor of Mombasa appeared before us and told us that the reason why the county governments don't want to employ the UHC workers who are outside our gate just now on permanent and pensionable is because they wanted the money that was disbursed under the County Government Additional Allocations Act to be put in the, what is it called, the equitable share. And Chair, the fear is that this money, once you lump it together with the equitable share, most of the things this House wants to see done are not done. In fact, there was a debate here, I don't know if you remember. We wish as a Senate we would ring fence money for payment of contractors, because this issue of pending bills has gone on for too long. People come to our offices, Honorable Chair, with all sorts of complaints and so on and so forth. So we asked the governor of Wajir, who's the chair of the COG, we asked the governor, why don't you discuss the additional money that this Senate has fought for? Because as a collective, governors are getting an extra 13 billion shillings, which is actually more than the 8 billion that is going for the PNP for
for the UHC workers. What is the difference between the 13 billion that we have added as a Senate and the 8 billion that is under county government's additional allocation? Why can they use the extra money from the Senate under the equitable share, the 13 billion, to have these UHC workers on permanent and pensionable? And they don't have an answer. So we are growing increasingly frustrated, Honorable Speaker. They are saying that now they can only give 1-year contracts to these UHC workers because their money is coming as a conditional grant. But in the Senate here, we feel we should tie their hands even more, Honorable Speaker. It's very frustrating, to the point where we feel, even here in Nairobi, we should have money set aside and ring-fenced for collection of garbage so that we can see these things happening, for roads and so on and so forth. We don't want to micromanage the counties, but it is grown out of this frustration that we have, Honorable Speaker, that people have gone so long without being paid for work that they delivered. So I am hoping that these conversations can continue and that we can be able to find solutions as a family of devolution to some of these challenges. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to the topic raised by our colleague, Senator Sigei, just like the Senator who spoken before me. Pending bills is a national crisis. And if we are serious as a House, Senator Umtata and my colleague, Senator Sifuna Edi, colleagues who are in the House, we must now forget everything else that we've done and face these governors right in the eye and make a decision as a House. And it is within our powers. A resolution of the House is binding. That's why, Mr. Speaker, if you recall, when Senator Ledama came up with his motion, I felt that we ought to have gone a bit further, despite the fact that we have just concluded the budgeting cycles, that it is still within our powers, Mr. Speaker, to make a binding resolution. You know, if you listen to governors, if you ask your governor colleagues, they'll tell you these are bills that are inherited from Governor so-and-so. But the truth of the matter is that, and I have done the analysis for this, I asked the Parliamentary Budget Office to help me, almost every governor without fail has, as of now, tripled the pending bill that they inherited in 2022. So it is not true to say that these are historical debt that were incurred either unprocedurally by their predecessors. We should then force, Mr. Speaker, that as a county government, you settle first at least what you've incurred during your term, Mr. Speaker. And this is the last financial year. Otherwise, this will become a vicious cycle that will never end, such that in the next maybe 5 or 10 years, Mr. Speaker, the same crisis of the documents that you've seen Senator Umtata trying to table here on debt, because what is pending bill is just another form of debt, because you've incurred either procedurally and procedurally, Mr. Speaker, and you have not paid for that particular service, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I want to request that when we resume, because today, unfortunately, is our last day before we proceed for a 3-week recess, Mr. Speaker, this matter should be given the priority that it deserves. Because, Mr. Speaker, I listened to people raise concerns yesterday. If you are not careful, because this is an election year, what county governments will do with the money that you've just added, the 13 or 14 billion, Mr. Speaker, is that they will hire more casual workers and things like that for election purposes, where governors now will go from one village and say, who is the most needy person in this particular village, and say, okay, give him a job. And of course, the public will cheer and say, we have a very kind governor, Mr. Speaker. But what will be the import? What will be the import of that decision, Mr. Speaker? Therefore, we must be firm about this particular decision on pending bills and not just limit it to let individual senators, like now what Senator Sigei is bringing the attention of what's happening in Bomet to. We must have this conversation wholesomely, Mr. Speaker. And I know for a fact that this is a problem that cuts across all the 47 county governments without fail. And the Budget Committee must lead us, Mr. Speaker. There are solutions which we can ring fence, including passing acts of parliament, Mr. Speaker, further amendments to what we've just concluded, so that at least the people who flood our offices with messages and all these things saying, please speak on our behalf. And they are rightfully doing so because you are a representative of people. And those people include contractors who haven't been paid for services that they've rendered. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I want to move that when we resume mid of July, after today's rise of the House, Mr. Speaker, this matter must be top on the items that we chase viciously of course, alongside what Senator Mtata will say, we have denied him the opportunity to do, because I want to hear that well also, Mr. Speaker. It is equally important. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Andy Okech.
Mr. Speaker, I also want to add my voice to the statement by the Senator of Bomet, Senator Wakili Hilary Sigei, on the failure by the county government of Bomet to pay contractors for completed roadworks. Mr. Speaker, I do know that this has been committed to my committee, and therefore I don't need to belabor, because I will do it justice as it is needed and as required. But Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of this House that this issue of pending bill to contractors is indeed a very big issue. And Mr. Speaker, I don't know at what point can the Senate be able to explore a possibility of a special audit on pending bills, especially on contractors and suppliers in our counties, Mr. Speaker. Because when governors look at the issue of pending bills, we've seen one or two try to do some kind of an oversight exercise, where they put an oversight committee to be able to look at the pending bills in their counties, whether they are genuine or not genuine, and then from that use it as the framework for being able to deal with the pending bills in their counties. But Mr. Speaker, we must face this problem and confront it on the face, because most of the governors that we have are using the issue of pending bills as a bait to enable corruption. This is the problem, where they are requesting for serious handouts and percentages of monies that contractors and suppliers are seeking for the counties to pay, that they must be given upfront, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know of my county, Migori County, Mr. Speaker, a number of pending bills that are not being paid because suppliers and contractors are asked for money by the governor of Migori County, Mr. Speaker. Why can't we confront this issue? I know for a fact, Mr. Speaker, suppliers and contractors in Migori counties whose monies are not being paid because they're not politically correct with the governor of Migori County, Mr. Speaker. I know for a fact suppliers and contractors in Migori County, Mr. Speaker, who the network within the governor of Migori County, CECs and chief officers, are requesting them for 10%, 20%, 30% in advance for them to be able to pay those monies, Mr. Speaker. Why are we not confronting this reality, Mr. Speaker? It is a serious issue that we must actually confront, and beyond just facing it with the issue of going to seek this statement from the from the Transport and Roads Committee, which I sit, and I'm going to do it justice, Mr. Speaker. I want to request this House that, Mr. Speaker, we bring a special audit infrastructure into the issue of pending bills. Mr. Speaker, you will find that even the kind of awards that are being given to roads that have stalled, roads that don't get maintained in our counties, we must interrogate the budgets that our governors are having on these roads. Because you find that they are spending bills like what you're seeing in Bomet now. They are spending bills on roads that were supposed to be maintained. Yet in every single financial year, Mr. Speaker, the same governors are budgeting for those roads, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the road budget in Migori County, Mr. Speaker, over $1 billion is being budgeted almost every year to do the same kind of roads that have got same pending bills that contractors have not been paid, Mr. Speaker. So there's a circus that the governors have decided to do in the counties and make sure that they are minting money from pending bills, Mr. Speaker. So I want to urge, Mr. Speaker, that even as we are going to have this statement being looked at by my committee, let the House pay attention to the issue of pending bills and form a special audit framework that we can be able to go and confront the counties with. And Mr. Speaker, I wish that the Finance and Budget Committee will be the committee charged with this. And I also wish that they will start with the rot in Migori County, where I come from. Because every single time when I raise this issue about Migori County, we even raise them with EACC. In the committee that Senator Cherargei and Senator Kajuang sit, PAC, and in the committee where I sit, CPIC, Mr. Speaker, we write reports to EACC every single time about Migori County. and about pending bills in Migori County that are not being paid, Mr. Speaker. And when we write those reports and letters, because EACC sits in those committees that we sit in, there is one Mr. Kinoti who sits there, and I give him complaints every single time about Migori County. When they get to EACC, the governor finds his way of cleaning the request that we send to EACC. So because EACC has failed us, they are not confronting our governors. They are not confronting the governor of Migori County. Mr. Speaker, I want to request that now let's confront the governors directly with the committees of this House, doing direct special audit on this kind of pending bills and on this kind of stealing from the people by, taking 10%, 20% out of those pending bills, Mr. Speaker. So I support, but I request, Mr. Speaker, that it becomes a larger house of a larger matter of the House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mundigi.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi niweze kuchangia mjadala ama statement ya Senator Wambua kutoka Kitui na Senator Mofaya kutoka Tharaka Nithi kuhusu mambo ya kilimo. Bwana Spika, mambo ya kilimo katika Embu County, Kitui, Meru, Tharaka na kona zile zingine imekuwa kipaumbele.
And members note that this is not a debate but just a few comments on the
comment, Bwana Spika.
Don't take 20 minutes to give the comments.
Okay. Bwana Spika, naunga statement zao mkono kwa sababu alikuwa anazungumzia mambo ya kilimo ya ndengu, mahindi na maharagwe. Kulingana na vile Bwana Spika, unakuta kilimo aendelee njia ile inafaa. Unakuta mkulima Bwana Spika ndio anafanya kazi kubwa, mambo ya manyua, mambo ya fertilizer na pia mambo ya mbegu na pia kupalilia, lakini unakuta mkulima anapata shinda wakati wa mafuno. Kuna watu wengi wanatembea kwa parapara, wamekuwa mateberi, wanalete watu wakunua na bei ya chini. Bwana Spika, ningeomba kamati ya agriculture ikikaa chini weze kuangalia vile mkulima ataweza kusaidiwa, kwa sababu nakumbuka Bwana Spika, mwaka jana tulikuwa tumesema mambo ya ndengu vile itakuwa value addition, lakini Bwana Spika ilete shinda na parliament watu wengine mataperi wakakutana wakasema vile tulipitisha ati ukiwa unataka parua ya kilimo unafaa ulipe pesa fulani. Bwana Spika, ningeomba hii mjadala iweze kurudishwa ndio tuweze kuona vile kilimo ya maharagwe, mahindi na ndengu vile itasaidia mkulima. Bwana Spika, pia naunga mkono mambo ya statement ya Senator Sigei kuhusu mambo ya county. Bwana Spika, kuhusu vile pesa contractors wameteseka. Bwana Spika, contractor wamepata shinda, wengine wamevirishika, wengine wamekufa, wengine hata kuweza kusaidia familia imekuwa na shinda. Kwa hivyo ningeomba tukirundi Bwana Spika, ile pesa tumeongezea bilioni 13, magavana wote katika Kenya county 47 weze kukalishwa chini ndio pending bill ile pesa iweze zingine kusaidia ndio mambo ya wale contractors wengine. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, nikiwa senator wa Embu County, hata Embu kuko na sina kama hiyo, naunga mkono hiyo statement ya Senator Sigei. Asante sana Bwana Spika.
Senator Okoitio Mtata.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for the opportunity to comment on these statements. And I'm particularly concerned about the issue of pending bills. Mr. Speaker, sir, currently as matters stand, counties are owing close to 200 billion shillings in terms of what I call pending bills. And when you look at it, Mr. Speaker, sir, there has been no attempt to segregate these so-called pending bills that technically under Kenyan law cannot exist, and to segregate them, to separate between recurrent pending bills of recurrent expenditure and pending bills of development expenditure. The name pending bills, I don't know where it came from. I think it's the accountants who created it. And Mr. Speaker, I want to warn and draw attention. Recently, due to the influence by accountants who have been trained to audit private companies, we have forced this country to begin auditing our books as if we are a private company. They've introduced something called accrual accounting, which is going to mask this massive theft of public resources in the name of pending bills. Mr. Speaker, sir, we spent our budget we spent an Appropriation Act. The Appropriation Act is a law that must be obeyed. There is a County Appropriation Act. We have the National Appropriation Act. These are laws with penalties if they are disobeyed. And where there is inability to pay in 1 year, there's room for supplementary budgeting in case something happened that was not planned for. You have seen many counties come and claim that they had on-source revenue or stuff like that. They were unable to meet. That's how the pending bills came about. But the truth of the matter is, you and me, Mr. Speaker, know that they go and void procurements in the IFMI system, and then...
Order, Senators, order.
And then, Mr. Speaker, sir, once they avoided this genuine procurement that have been authorized by the control of budget, they go in and use that money to do other things that were not approved. And then that genuine procurement remains like a bill that has not been paid. And it's really unfortunate that the control of budget, Mr. Speaker, sir, has no capacity to intervene because they don't have access, even read-only access, to the IFMIs. So Treasury colludes with governors and those people who are running these things to void genuine procurements, keep them in abeyance, and since the money has been released, they use that money to pay for bills that were not approved. Before we go ahead and say we are going to pay to pick up this debt, and first of all, I would like to differ with the majority leader. It's not all pending bills are public debt. Public debt is defined in Article 214 of the Constitution, and it's very clear. It must have something that has been spent on capital expenditure and such kind of things. Recurrent expenditure cannot generate public debt. Mr. Speaker, sir, when you look at some of them, people provided transport services, people gave accommodation services, hotel services, and things like those. They cannot be pending bills. They cannot be a public debt. So we need to go back to the basics, Mr. Speaker. And before we begin bemoaning the numbers and we know the effects of the genuine procuring officer, let us hold each governor and each finance officer accountable for each pending bill in this country. It's not beyond us to do that. We have got the EACC, we have got the Economic Crimes Unit of the CID, we have got the Auditor General, we have got all these institutions. If they put their minds together, we should be able to nail the culprit and stop facilitating theft of public funds from poor people who can't even afford a meal a day, who can't even afford a maramoja when they're having malaria and they die. And then we go and say we are paying for bills that should not exist in the first place. The law is very clear, Mr. Speaker. You can't go and incur expenditure if you don't have money to pay for it. Those who did that should be held to account, Mr. Speaker, sir, so that we clean up this thing by going after the culprits first. Then if there's any genuine case that remains, we then pay. And if the state chooses to pay, we must punish those officers who misused public funds contrary to the law, and that, Mr. Speaker, is provided for in Article 226, Clause 5. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Samson Chalgin.
Mr. Speaker, let me just make a brief comment on the lynching of 3 young men in Machakos County, Mr. Speaker. This is a serious break of law in the country, Mr. Speaker. My condolences to these 3 young men, Kennedy Katu, Stanley Matungo, and Charles Mutiso, that were lynched, Mr. Speaker. The circumstances we must investigate. We have seen situation, Mr. Speaker, and I want to call upon the committee to investigate further. Mr. Speaker, this points to be a clear break of law and order, because by the time ordinary people or they do mob justice or they attack a Kenyan, Mr. Speaker, it is very unfair, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I want to appeal. We have seen most police extrajudicial killings. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy the Independent Policing Oversight Authority are doing their job, but we need a comprehensive look into this abuse of the law. Mr. Speaker, you remember even the Kianjangoma brothers in Embu, no one has told us what really happened. We are following the Rex Masai case, Mr. Speaker. We are following a number of police station people who have been killed in police custody. This lynching, Mr. Speaker, shows that there is break of law and order. Mr. Speaker, it pains me as I conclude that we saw an attack of a church of All Saints Cathedral here in Nairobi by goons. Mr. Speaker, this is the act of goons where people take the law into their own hands. We have seen, and I want to condemn the attack of ACK Cathedral, All Saints here in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. No one has also told us what happened in IPCA Kenol Church in 4th October 2022 when the church was attacked in Kenol here in Murang'a, Mr. Speaker. It's very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. There is an aspect, we saw our brother, Senator Godfrey Ososi. He was attacked after you and cry, few individuals were arrested. No one has told us what really happened, Mr. Speaker. The issue of goons is becoming a serious issue, Mr. Speaker, because I suspect these young men were being just killed and lynched by goons, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even the MCA of Wazingishu, MCA Edwin Misoi, Mr. Speaker, was attacked by goons. He was left for the dead. He has stayed in ICU. So he is here to regain his faculties. But the goons cannot be arrested because they are being controlled by a senior politician who is a close ally of CS Interior. Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate in this country, Mr. Speaker. We wish MCA Honorable Misoi all the best and full recovery, but the people must be arrested. That's how you stop mob lynching, Mr. Speaker. Because when Kenyans realize that the goons will take advantage to lynch you even in public, Mr. Speaker. Even you saw an MCA by the name called Wycliffe Siocha, famously known as Mbade, was attacked in Kisik, Mr. Speaker, an MCA, because of break of law and order, because of this lynching that we are seeing in public, goons attack in public, Mr. Speaker. I want to call upon the Inspector General of Police. Let us not allow this country to go the Haiti way, where the people take the law into their own hands and lynch people in public, attack people in public. The Inspector General of Police, I saw him speaking to media the other day about the attack at ACK, All Saints Cathedral here in Nairobi. These goons, these people who lynch people in public, and I want to appeal to Kenyans through you, Mr. Speaker, that if you find anybody breaking the law, let the police arrest them, let them be taken to court, even including your former governor, where they were mimicking you. That's how lynching starts. They were lynching your character, Mr. Speaker. Where they brought a person who looks like you, dressed like you with kakofia, and give them a gunia, and demonstrate the former governor. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we were right by impeaching her. If she comes again, we'll impeach her again, because she will never get any seat. Even if he goes to court and the court says he comes back today, I can assure you that is also lynching your character. Such a person should not be given a chance to be a leader in this country, Mr. Speaker. With those many remarks, I hope the Committee of National Security will look, including the lynching of character of the Speaker of the Senate, Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Kakofia, Senator Katuri Murungi, the Chairman of Njurinjeke. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Do you need another extra minute also? Senator Mandago?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise in support the statement sought by the Senator for Bomet, Senator Wakili Hilary Sigei, on the matter concerning non-payment for services rendered to contractors in Bomet, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the matter of pending bills is becoming a serious and grave matter in our counties, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the pending bills that are being created and the actual bills that are not being paid, Honorable Speaker, is a product of county governments working together with the controller of budget, Honorable Speaker, and creating a situation where bills are piling, not being paid, while counties continue to spend the money and budget for pending bills. Honorable Speaker, I say this because the controller of budget approves all payments for all services and goods procured in counties. But, Honorable Speaker, there is no follow-up to ensure that once the money has been approved for a particular contractor or supplier, that contractor is actually paid. Instead, counties have been making payments to contractors and to suppliers whose payments have not been approved by the controller of budget, creating pending bills for the genuine bills, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, county governments have also formed a new habit of creating fictitious pending bills, Honorable Speaker. In my own county, Honorable Speaker, the county government of Uasin Gishu has factored in a pending bill of 4 billion Kenya shillings within a span of 3 years, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when we move around the county, we don't see any project of value equivalent to 4 billion. As we speak today, Honorable Speaker, the county is not able to execute any project. Projects that were budgeted under the Ward Fund, Honorable Speaker, they have all been stagnated, they are not being procured. Now the new excuse in town, Honorable Speaker, is that the EGP is not working. We want to let the people of Kenya know, and the people of Uasin Gishu know, that EGP is working. It's only that the money is now being used to pay fictitious pending bills, Honorable Speaker, including the snack park, whose contract has already been paid, but there is no snack park that has been constructed in the county, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we are calling on the controller of budget to check whether the approvals she gives end up paying the suppliers whose payments have been approved, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are not going to continue to allow counties to process payments all the way to internet banking, get the approval from the controller of budget, receive the money, then reroute the money to contractor suppliers whose payments have not been approved, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, the Committee of Finance should actually investigate all county governments on the abuse of the process of payment by falsely requisitioning money for suppliers and paying suppliers whose payments have not been approved, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we must let the governor of Bomet know that by creating pending bills and failing to pay contractors, they are also destroying livelihoods, they are also destroying employment opportunities, and they are also causing financial distress to the directors of those companies, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, it must not be lost on the county governments that all business people who do business not necessarily rely on their own capital, Honorable Speaker. Some of these business people borrow money from banks, interests are accruing, they are being sold and auctioned, Honorable Speaker, while county governments sit pretty while seeing their own citizens suffering, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we want to urge counties to pay all genuine pending bills. And Honorable Speaker, and I agree with Senator Okiya Omtata of Busia, that there should never be a pending bill for recurrent expenditure, Honorable Speaker. Once a financial year ends, the recurrent expenditure lapses, there should be no reason for anybody to spend beyond what has been budgeted for recurrent, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on capital projects, we also want to ask the controller of budget that projects that are ongoing, the controller of budget should never approve supplementary budgets that remove money from ongoing projects, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, once a contract is signed and work is in progress, controller of budget cannot then approve supplementary budget, remove all the funds from that project, leave the contractor on site without money, Honorable Speaker, create legal problems, Honorable Speaker, where counties again will be required to pay for legal fees. This is creating a burden for counties and an unnecessary problem, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, the Office of the Controller of Budget, through their county coordinators of budgets, Honorable Speaker, must make sure that all the payments that are being requisitioned in the counties are actually used for the intended suppliers of services and goods, Honorable Speaker. I therefore support the statement sought by Senator Hilary Sigei and say all genuine contractors and suppliers in all our county governments, Honorable Speaker, including national government, Honorable Speaker, must be paid on time.
Last but not the least, Senator Mutinda, use your 2-3 minutes, kindly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to quickly just comment on two statements. One for Senator Kavindu in regards to the killings of our young men in Machakos County. And Mr. Speaker, the issues pertaining sudden deaths, sudden mob justice, sudden attacks, Mr. Speaker, have been sort of like the order of the day. I would want to really challenge the security operators to move in with speed. Apart from speed, we need to really see the culprits behind bars. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to mention something very quickly in regards to what happened to All Saints Cathedral on Friday. I happened to be having a very big meeting of church leaders and pastors, and luckily, as I always do my meetings within the city, I always seek security from the nearest operators depending on the jurisdiction of that area. And having liaised with the OCPD Kilimani, they had sent me enough police as the event was ongoing. And it is those police, Mr. Speaker, actually, who are able to assist when the goons arrived at All Saints Cathedral, where I was doing a prayer, breakfast morning, when the pastors were praying for me for my ambition for 2027 as the woman rep for this county. And Mr. Speaker, I wanted to state something as far as goonism is concerned in this country. Goonism that is there today, Mr. Speaker, needs to be addressed differently. It's sort of, these are sort of young men who have formed companies that if services are needed, then they are rendered and rendered at a cost. And Mr. Speaker, it's the high time that as leaders we need to acknowledge that it cuts across. It doesn't matter if you're in government, you're in opposition, but we need to put a stop to this, because the more these goons are mushrooming, it will be very difficult in future to cut them off, Mr. Speaker. And mostly us as politicians, across board, it doesn't matter which side you belong, they are always there asking for these services or wanting to render services, which in the future will affect all of us. So it's the high time that the security operators move with speed and be able to ensure that these groups are put to a stop. Quickly, as I touch on the issues of pending bill, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Speaker, if this statement from Senator Hilary Sigay should be rightfully at the Committee of Transport, Roads and Transport, because the issues of pending bills are normally addressed by the Committee of Finance and Budget. And so I'm just curious, in your directions, as you'll be giving directions, if this statement is placed in the right committee. And why, Mr. Speaker? The matter of pending bills is a matter that, yes, we've really discussed in this House. We've also discussed it in our Committee of Finance and Budget. Mr. Speaker, when we fought in the mediation to increase the 13 billion to all counties, Mr. Speaker, one of the key main reasons was so that the county governments can be able now to come to close as far as the issue of pending bills is concerned, Mr. Speaker. And so I would request if you redirect that this matter is addressed by the Finance and Budget Committee. Mr. Speaker, allow me as I conclude to talk about the bill that I tabled last week. That is the County Additional Allocation Bill in regards to the 8.6 billion for our UHC workers, Mr. Speaker. And I speak it because it's irrelevant as far as pending bills are concerned. There have been pending arrears for salaries and wages for our UHC workers across the country, across all the 47 counties. And luckily, I sit in the Health Committee and also in the Finance Committee, where this matter has been brought in two committees that I actually serve diligently, and have been able to champion and to ensure that at least the 8.6 billion is now given to the county so that they can be able to settle the quagmire of our UHC workers. I speak like that because today they were still demonstrating. And the question is, they are asking, when will we be permanent and pensionable? And Mr. Speaker, this 8.6 is supposed to take care of their salaries for this financial year and any arrears that have been there, so that it brings this matter to closure. And that is why that 8.6, we directed that it be put at SIGA, County Additional Allocation, Mr. Speaker. It is in that regard I've seen one of the governors, none other than Governor Baraza of Kakamega County, coming on air, on a Baraza, and really discouraging the UHC workers by telling them, you know what, this money has not been put in DORA, so we cannot be able to employ you permanent and pensionable. It was put in SIGA. And you see, the governors wanted this money to go to DORA so that they can have the freedom to be able to utilize these funds the way they want. But the reason we insisted as a committee that these funds go to the county, the additional allocation, is so that they can fully address the issues of our UHC workers. So, Mr. Speaker, we are trying as a committee to ensure that counties get additional monies to be able to sort any pending issues, be it current expenditures for salaries like this ones for UHC workers. And it is a high time, Mr. Speaker, that the governors pronounce and stop stressing our UHC workers. It is painful. Again, they are here trying to demand that they be given their PNP contracts. They have suffered. They have worked since the COVID time, offering services to our people. So, governors, next year, the 8.6 or the actual amount that will be needed will be in DORA or can be in SIGA. What is important is that can you kindly give the UHC workers in this country their valid contract moving forward, so that the depression and the stress that they have can come to an end. With those many few, I support, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, very well. Now, honorable senators, you remember we dispensed of under number 8, business appearing as under number 8. Now we go to order number 9, clerk.
Order number 9, the Community Health Promoters Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53 of 2022, second reading. Resumption of debate interrupted on Thursday, 11th June 2026. Mover to reply.
Majority Leader, if you are ready, you proceed and reply.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this chance. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank colleague senators who took time to speak to this bill. This is one of those very, very important bills which, if we leave this House, and I'm beginning to speak like this, Mr. Speaker, because I have seen 2 other previous ends to a term of Senate, and I know they can be very quick and fast. Mr. Speaker, it gets to July like this, and raising the requisite number to pass and transact business in the House becomes a bit difficult. Therefore, Senator Eddy should take maximum advantage of the little time that we still have left. If there is any signature legislation that you feel needs to be part and parcel of your resume as a legislator for this term, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking about the Community Health Promoters Bill, Mr. Speaker, because, like I said in my moving notes, this is a representation of the work of, Mr. Speaker, more than 100,000 Kenyans who attend to millions of the rest of the country, despite the fact that they are not medics, Mr. Speaker. They have very little to sometimes barely formal training in the things that they do, Mr. Speaker. But because we have accepted their place and we have structured their standing in the national ecosystem of the health culture in this republic, Mr. Speaker, we cannot wish away their presence. We were informed earlier, Mr. Speaker, that while we may discuss and talk about wage bill and all these things, Mr. Speaker, important as it is, not wage bill, minimum wage, Mr. Speaker, the stipend that they get goes a long way to sustain and keep some of them in the work that they do, Mr. Speaker. Of course, in the proper African culture, Mr. Speaker, when somebody has attended to you, Mr. Speaker, and some of them we know they attend to different people, Mr. Speaker, there is what is culturally right to do. And I know a lot more other things happen within that line, and people know that there's a CHP from such and such family in this locality. At least there's somebody who has a clue about health matters, Mr. Speaker, within the country. Mr. Speaker, you know people underestimate the value of preventive medical practices in the overall bill of a nation's health being, Mr. Speaker. Teaching people about healthy practices
healthy eating, Mr. Speaker, on their nutrition and so on, and how to manage some of their lifetime illnesses and things like that, Mr. Speaker. Things which the community health promoters can do with so much ease, because as they interact, as they train, as they work around with the other more senior and more qualified medical practitioners, Mr. Speaker, they learn this thing and they bring indigenous knowledge from their areas of operation, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, these are very, very important Kenyans. It is my hope, Mr. Speaker, that upon the passage of this bill, we shall be able to conclude and see the intention of the bill through, which is to set up this council that looks after them. I'm not particularly sure, Mr. Speaker, where we have placed it is the right place, given that these are people that are majorly placed in counties, Mr. Speaker, and they interact, though we pay them a stipend from both national and county government, something that I have many times without number say is not neat, Mr. Speaker, in the management of public finance, Mr. Speaker, and those are things that we'll correct as we move on during our stint, Mr. Speaker, should that opportunity be availed, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I want to pose it at that. I know we have said all that we need to say on this very sticky topic. Mr. Speaker, it just breaks my heart that of all the demonstrations that come outside the door of the Senate, it is mostly to do with healthcare workers. I had hoped, maybe there's still time, Senator Eddy, that we were going to do something about the overall architecture of devolution and national government and how you manage healthcare workers. If we could standardize things for them, I don't believe in the old debate about reverting health as a sector back to the national government, but there are certain things that we can manage at a national level, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't have to be by way of transferring staff and personnel, but even by standardizing legislation on practices of things to do such as remuneration, Mr. Speaker, promotion, leave days, and all welfare issues, Mr. Speaker. It should trouble our conscience, Mr. Speaker, as a house that is charged to look after the interest of devolution, that for almost every 5 demonstrating groups that come before the door of the Senate, most likely 3 out of 5 are actually different cadres of the health sector. It tells you there's something that we haven't gotten right as a house. I can't see Senator Mandago, the chairperson of health, but I believe there's still sufficient time to think through. I had previously asked if we could draft something of a similar nature, and there was something that was being considered, though time now is visibly running out, Mr. Speaker, on us, but there's still much that we can do in between that particular time. Therefore, I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for the members who have spoken to it. I believe that they have had their valued input, and eventually when the committee brings their amendments, Mr. Speaker, we shall find ways of progressing it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to reply. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in accordance to Standing Order number 66.3, I beg to request that the putting of a question be deferred until a later date. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, very well. Putting of the question is deferred. So, Honorable Senators, looking at the under paper, if you look at under business appearing as order number 11 all the way to order number 20. Yes, from order number 10 all the way to order number 20. These are divisions, and I'm afraid we have no numbers for the division, so we go to order number 21. Clerk.
Order number 21, the Kenya Roads Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bills number 34 of 2025, second reading.
As I can see, the bill is under the majority leader. Who is moving the bill? Senator Andy Okech. Chair, loans, transportation. What else? Housing and public works. And housing. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 148.1 of the Senate Standing Orders, I beg to move that the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill number 3 of 2025, National Assembly Bills number 34 of 2025, be now read a second time. And Mr. Speaker, you know, the way you ushered me in, coming to move this particular bill, I must say that it's one of the bills that I'm very, very proud of having worked on, because it's a bill about RMLF. It touches on road maintenance, issue that has been a problem in the psyche of the Senate for the longest time possible. So that from the onset, I want to thank the members of my committee, the Standing Committee on Roads, Transport and Housing, for their commitment and their involvement in the public participation process that has informed a lot of the ideas I'm going to share with you in this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I sincerely also want to thank your office, because this has been the most contentious bill that has also shown the dichotomy between the Senate and the National Assembly, to the extent that we have always battled out the issue of equitable sharing of resources in some of the levies that cut across. And your office has been very supportive in handling this bill in a way that has been difficult in the psyche of the House and the lower house of the National Assembly. And in the same measure, Mr. Speaker, the Office of the Clerk has been very, very fundamental in terms of just helping us with a number of wonderful secretariat members who have helped us to, unearth some of the concepts that have really informed us in terms of making sure that we brought something concrete to the House, even as we engage stakeholders and the members of public who also participated in the scrutiny of the bill. I also want to thank all the members of the public who appeared in my committee to help us think and rethink this bill. Mr. Speaker, perhaps for the understanding of the House, the principal object of this bill is to align the road sector through a legal framework with the Constitution 2010 by providing a clear classification of roads, defining the responsibility of county governments in the management of our roads, which has been a very hazy thing. Even now, you've seen the statement that has just been handed over to my committee by Senator Hilary Sigei. There is still haziness in terms of the management of our roads and the responsibility of the counties with regards to this particular responsibility. And therefore, there is always the need of reviewing the framework for allocation, because one of the things we have fought as a House is the idea that responsibilities are given to counties, functions are given to counties, yet resources don't follow them. That is not dissimilar to the case of roads, where the issue of roads, you find that there is indeed some responsibility in the management, whether be it maintenance, construction, the habilitation of these roads, but the counties don't have a resource allocation mechanism. And this has been because the road maintenance levy fund has not been alive in the counties. And Mr. Speaker, before I take the House through the specific provisions of the bill, allow me to briefly provide the background that has brought us to where we are right now, because this context is particularly important to inform why some of the proposed amendments and the underscore that need strengthening in terms of the governance and the maintenance of this road and the financing in the roads infrastructure in Kenya has been very crucial in this conversation. Majority Leader just said that it is important that we pass a number of bills before senators and in general politicians get back to the campaign mode. And Majority Leader, have really complained a number of times that we have given heavy focus on National Assembly bills. We pass their bills, but our bills go to county National Assembly, but they don't get to be considered as fast as we give the attention to theirs in this House. I personally, Majority have passed 3 bills that have gone to that House that have not been able to be moved accordingly and even be passed or considered and be passed in those houses majority. But you see, Mr. Speaker, this bill originated from the National Assembly, and is the only bill that I would ask the entire House to be able to focus on and pass as fast as possible, because the road infrastructure remains one of the most critical enablers of socioeconomic development in our country, as you all know. Perhaps if I can give you some figures, the road transport is a dominant mode of transport in our country, to the extent that approximately 93% of all freights in the country and all passengers transport are dependent on road, Mr. Speaker. The country's road networks, however, has had a problem of bias when you look at how national government maintains or constructs or revamps roads, Mr. Speaker. Because we have got a network of about 162,600 kilometers of roads in our borders, Mr. Speaker. And out of this, the national government only manages 45,532 kilometers of roads in the country. And then the county governments are left to manage about 117,068 kilometers worth of roads, Mr. Speaker. The country's road network, therefore, in as much as it facilitates the serious connectivity that we need and supports trade and investments within our counties where we come from and the larger context of Kenya, and also enhances the access to markets, which I think that the administration has really focused on. The concession of modern markets, as well as, if you may, the economic stimulus markets, Mr. Speaker, and also the issue of essential services in our country, Mr. Speaker. The driver for that engine, Mr. Speaker, remains the issue of roads. Yet, Mr. Speaker, you will find that notwithstanding this significance, maintenance and management of roads, the statutory framework that we have in the country right now that is governing the issue of construction and the issue of maintenance of these roads do not align with the 2010 Constitution, because this alignment became a problem because the way our roads became about to be managed by KERA, KURA, KENHA was a framework that was put before 2010 Constitution. So that, Mr. Speaker, while the Constitution assigns national trunk roads to the national government and county roads to the county government, the existing legal infrastructure and framework that would dictate responsibility and then dictate follow-ups on those responsibilities, and more importantly, dictate resources that goes with that responsibility, do not align at all with what you would see in the Constitution 2010. So that, Mr. Speaker, the distribution of those functions between national and county governments, Mr. Speaker, it is on one hand responsibility either to one of them, but on the other hand, the other one enjoys the resources to actually maintain their side of the bargain and holds the entire pass, Mr. Speaker. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, the existing statutory framework has resulted in institutional and functional misalignments relating to road classification also, because the assignment of responsibility and the allocation of road maintenance resources between national and county governments must follow a certain kind of classification. But if you don't have the money to maintain those roads, but you're given the responsibility to maintain them, the classification of them also becomes a problem, Mr. Speaker. So that while the county governments are constitutionally responsible for the larger share, as I've indicated here, Mr. Speaker, of these road networks, resources have continued to be administered predominantly by the national government. And this has been happening through the known agencies. If you are to take a reflective look into how our roads have been maintained, you would probably argue that KENHA has been maintaining what would go with national trunk roads. But specifically, Kenya Rural Roads Authority, KERA, and Kenya Urban Rural Authorities, what they have been maintaining with the power given to them by national government have actually been what should be resources given to counties to maintain them. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the current framework lacks a clear mechanism for the direct allocation of the road maintenance levy. This has been the key contest between national government and county governments, Mr. Speaker. So that under the proposed bill, you could even see that when the National Assembly developed this bill, they still had the audacity to say that they were only allocating 5% of the RMLF to counties, Mr. Speaker. 5% to counties to maintain 117,668 kilometers worth of roads, Mr. Speaker. This disparity, Mr. Speaker, between constitutional responsibility and allocation of resources underscores the need for a proper legislative framework that we must participate in right now, Mr. Speaker, and make sure that we guide the nation on this. And Mr. Speaker, the issue that I'm raising here is not just an issue of the misalignment between the Constitution and what the counties have experienced. Mr. Speaker, it should be noted that there has been a court responsibility that was heaped on the two houses. In 2003 and in 2004, the National Assembly, when they were doing the allocation of RMLF, Mr. Speaker, they totally excluded the county governments from RMLF allocations. And I got into this house, Mr. Speaker, remember, when I was very passionate about this issue, majority leader really helped to fight so that we were able to get some money from RMLF to go to counties. But the National Assembly did not care. They simply gave all that money to national government. And because of that, Mr. Speaker...
Did you say 2003?
I said 2023 and 2024. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I meant 2023, 2024, for the record. Mr. Speaker, because of that problem of misallocation, Mr. Speaker, the Council of Governors and other parties went to court through the petition number E004 of 2023, and the Council of Governors and 47 county governments were basically petitioning the court to give us an interpretation against the National Assembly and others being, the administrators of this fund, which actually is the Kenya Roads Board, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, when they moved to court, they went to question what we're trying to cure through this bill. And I want the Senate to understand. They were questioning the constitutionality of the Kenya Roads Board Act. That was KRB Act. And they're also questioning the Kenya Roads Authority Act, KRA Act, Mr. Speaker. And because they were questioning various tenets of the administration and allocation of these funds, the courts did declare Section 6 of the KRB Act and Section 47 of the KRA Act unconstitutional. And I'll show you why they were unconstitutional as I take you through this bill, Mr. Speaker. So the petitioners, however, appealed. That is the National Assembly. They appealed and sought conservatory orders. But when the court gave them those orders, Mr. Speaker, the court indicated that within 12 months, we as a parliament, that is the National Assembly and the Senate, must be able to put a legal framework to sort out this issue for once and for all. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, the reason why I thought that this is important to move this bill today is because if you look at the time that the decision was made, that was July, 27th of July, 2025. It means that if you are a house that honors the courts, this bill must be processed by both houses by 27th of July this year. And now that we are going on recess, Majority Leader, of course, addressing you through the chair, I know we are going for a long recess. We will be coming back around the 14th. If we don't pass this bill by that time and have the National Assembly consider it on time, we will be having a crisis by not being able to meet the deadline given to us by the courts, which means the 27th of July, this bill must have been processed from both houses, and we must have this legal framework put together. Therefore, the processing of this legislation is very critical, Mr. Speaker, and as it will not only enable us sort the issue of the counties, but it will also enable us to actually abide by the courts, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, very quickly, because I don't want to be drunk in my own party, Mr. Speaker, allow me to briefly just highlight to you the provision of the bill, and then I will call perhaps the majority leader to second when I finish this, Mr. Speaker. And I'll just go to the critical clauses that are important to us, Mr. Speaker. Clause 2 of the bill amends Section 2 of the Kenya Roads Act by introducing the terms national trunk roads and the county roads. This is something that has been lacking because all roads have been assumed just to be taken care of by the national government, despite the fact that counties end up maintaining them. These amendments, therefore, Mr. Speaker, establishes a clear distinction between roads falling under the mandate of the national government and those roads that fall under the mandate of the county government. Then Clause 3, Mr. Speaker, provides for the classification of public roads and requires that all roads be classified in accordance with first schedule of this particular act, Mr. Speaker. Where a new public road, for instance, has been established, the responsibility of the county government, Mr. Speaker, is put in this bill to submit to the relevant cabinet secretary, who will be the cabinet secretary for transport, roads, and housing in the current order, so that this clause gives clarity in terms of periodic review of road classifications to ensure that they actually do reflect the functions served by the respective levels of government, Mr. Speaker. Then, Mr. Speaker, the one that is very close to my heart is Clause 4 of this bill, which introduces new sections 47A and 47B into this particular act. Of course, this was the most controversial part because Section 47A sets out the functions of county government with respect to roads under their jurisdiction, which would include very well prescribed responsibility, starting from development to rehabilitation to maintenance of those roads, Mr. Speaker, management of the road reserves, Mr. Speaker, implementing of road policies, which has actually been wavy in counties, oversighting of traffic, Mr. Speaker, is very critical, and road safety. Because we have seen a number of times when we have serious accidents happening in Kericho, in Migori, in other places, Mr. Speaker, there is nobody who takes action immediately. Because the national government will say the county government is responsible for that traffic and road safety, and the national government, and then the county government will say that belongs to the government, to the national government. A case in example, Mr. Speaker, as I'm speaking to you right now, Mr. Speaker, since the long rains happened in March, a critical road that connects our borders, Tanzania and Kenya, but perhaps you might even argue that Migori County, the Sirare border, Sirare-Isibania border, is probably the third most important border in the country. If you leave Mariakani, and then if you leave Malaba border. Mr. Speaker, we had the main bridge affected by the rains, and it cut the two sections of the side of Migori County, so that people cannot be able to access the other side of the border, Mr. Speaker. Can you imagine up to date, that road has not been fixed? There are no signages in that road in Migori County, Mr. Speaker. Accidents are happening there every single time because there are no signages. County government is saying they can't put proper signages on that road because it's not their responsibility. Kenya also has not put signages there because it's saying this was a disaster issue that the county government should be able to take care of the signages, Mr. Speaker. So we are losing lives, we are losing businesses because there's nobody who takes the oversight role on traffic and safety on that road. And then, Mr. Speaker, there's also the enforcement of axle load requirements. This would mean collection of data on our roads, preparation of annual road works programs, and coordinations with relevant road authorities and agencies. In addition, Mr. Speaker, this particular section requires county governments to actually also be able to concur with national policies and enforce them as well as implement them. This will make sure that our roads in the counties have got standards and they have got guidelines that make sure that we are doing very well, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we have got section 47 that requires public roads to bear signages indicating their classification and the level of government responsible for their management. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have got clause 5 of the bill that replaces the first schedule of the Kenya Roads Act and establishes a new framework for the classification of public roads, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this classification is very important to provide clarity in the assignment of responsibility for their management, maintenance, and development, Mr. Speaker. I'll go also to clause 6, and clause 6, Mr. Speaker, of the bill amends section 6 of the Kenya Roads Board Act by reviewing the manner in which the road maintenance levy is apportioned among the road sector institutions, Mr. Speaker. This is one of the most critical parts, Mr. Speaker, because what happens in the Kenya Roads Board under this section is that the Kenya Roads Board does not only get money from RMLF, it gets money from other appropriations as well, Mr. Speaker, from National Assembly. So when all monies goes to Kenya Roads Board, Mr. Speaker, what happens? Kenya Roads Board says they will only give 50% of the money that they have in that account to all the agencies that are maintaining roads, and then maintain 50% of that money as an instrument for debt, which is how the 7 shillings was securitized by Kenya Roads Board, Mr. Speaker. But when you do that, the entire money that is remaining for debt infrastructure does not end up reaching county. And even when you securitize and get debt to maintain roads and do other roads from that road bond, it doesn't go to county either, Mr. Speaker. So it's extremely critical that this section be amended as we have proposed here, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, because of time, and I wanted the majority leader to get time to also be able to chime in, Mr. Speaker, is that for ease of comparison, Mr. Speaker, on what different stakeholders have been able to talk about, I talked about how different stakeholders did propose that we share the money in RMLF, and had indicated that the National Assembly had indicated that we should only get 5%. We have come here with a number of formulas that I hope that you will see in the bill that will inform a new number that we are proposing as a House and as a committee, and we hope that the House will propose that would be what is the county should be entitled to. So if you look at the table that we have shared, Mr. Speaker, under that clause 6, you will see a comparison between what the county government, the National Assembly had proposed, and then you'll see what KRA had proposed, and then what the ministry had proposed, then our own rationale, after consulting with COG, and coming with our own math, and then coming with committee's proposed number on how we should be able to share. And very quickly, Mr. Speaker, I'll just go through this, and then I'll conclude. KERA, which apparently calls themselves constituency roads, as if constituencies don't exist in counties, had proposed under the current act that 22% be the money that is allocated for KERA. And then in the amendment, there was a proposal of 25%, and CRA had endorsed that 25%. We think that as a committee, we also equally agree with the same. Then there is the KERA link roads, which the Mother Act had proposed the current act as 10%. The amended bill by the National Assembly had reduced it to 7%, and CRA had endorsed that. We also think that it makes sense that our link roads also get the 7%. And then we have got the issue of KENA, which the Mother Act gives for 40%. The National Assembly in the amended bill had proposed 38%, while the CRA had proposed 36%. But we think that on our formula base that we have indicated in the bill, and you can go through the bill, we think that we should maintain it at 38%. Then there is KURA, the urban roads in our counties, Mr. Speaker. The Mother Act currently allocates about 15%. And you know, the CRA had put 14%, I mean 10%, the amended had put 14%. When we did the formula, we think that we should split this, because this is where most of the county roads are. We cannot give all this amount of money to Kura. We think that we give 10% to counties and then 4% to national government. And then there is the KWS roads that are maintained in our parks. We have given it 1%. Then there's departments responsible for roads, disaster, and equalization. We have given, because disaster issues and road maintenance issues during disaster is both a national function and a county function, we have given both of them 4%. Then there's recurrent expenses that KRB does face. They had proposed 1%, 1.5%. We think that counties should get 3% and KRB be given 2%. And then we have got the functions under the Constitution for standards and classification. We think this one highly only affects counties, and therefore we have given it 2%. And then we have proposed that KRB as a board, because they will still be administrating this, be given 0.5 for that administration. So, Mr. Speaker, if you look at what we are proposing as the share for counties in total RMLF allocations, we are proposing as a committee that counties get 49% and national government gets 51%. This is the crux of the matter, Mr. Speaker. With this, Mr. Speaker, the committee will propose to seek enhancement of county allocation from that 5% that the National Assembly had proposed to 49%. And in particular, the committee recommends the transfer of 32% allocation currently assigned to constituency roads and link roads to counties, Mr. Speaker. That is the essence of the bill. And then lastly, Mr. Speaker, because of time, I want to categorically indicate that because the monies for RMLF have been allocated mostly by KRB, the way it's happening right now is that RMLF collects the levy in the fund, and then that money is transferred to KRB, and then KRB now apportions to the different agencies that maintain roads. We are insisting in this bill that the money must be allocated directly from RMLF to counties and RMLF to national function, so that counties form their own special purpose accounts for this particular RMLF, and the money goes directly to them and not in the KRB. Because this will be able to help make a proper distinction in terms of functions and responsibility of how these funds work. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that when we pass this particular bill, we will come back at the opportune time to be able to come up with formula, horizontal formula, for the counties to be able to share this. With that, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill number 3, Bill number 3 of the Senate 2025, and National Assembly Bills number 34 of 2025 be now read a second time, and I call upon the Majority Leader, Senator Arun Cheriot, to second. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Eddy, the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit at pains because I'm wondering how to proceed. Because Senator Eddy has taken all the time. It's now 6:06, and this being the last day, I know there's still a procedural motion which you must do, which is the adjournment motion. So I don't know, Mr. Speaker, how you would, if you may permit, as per standing order number, I'm waiting for Innocent to help me because
I get the direction you are headed, the Leader of Majority. What you do is proceed to second. Once you second and it becomes available for contribution by members, a member can now propose the motion to defer further debate on it, so that we give room to the procedural motion.
I hear you, Speaker. My only problem is that if I begin, unless you want me to do a very quick seconding, to leave sufficient time
But yes,
for the motion.
the other one is a procedural motion. We can do this. How much time do you need to second this motion?
Maybe about 20 minutes.
20 is sufficient.
20 is sufficient.
The other one will be procedural motion.
I'll try.
So you
on
can
or
do
about-
20,
Yeah.
but let's deal with that when we get there.
Thank you, Speaker, for your guidance. Mr. Speaker, I am hereby to second this bill, the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of number 3. It's a National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022, actually. As Senator Eddy has explained, Mr. Speaker, we are here because of the strength of our Constitution. If it was to be left to our colleagues in the National Assembly alone, Mr. Speaker, we never have gotten here. On many occasions, our colleagues have squabbled with the Council of Governors on this matter, back and forth, Mr. Speaker, until the courts, Mr. Speaker, asked if there are enough adults in Parliament, that we needed to do the adult thing. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this is the adult thing. The adult thing is to come up with legislation to ensure that we divide these monies from the from the RMLF, Road Maintenance Levy Fund, Mr. Speaker, equally between the county governments and the national government. Mr. Speaker, there were many Kenyans that were shocked the other day when I think it was the president tried to explain why fuel actually had certain elements of cost in the Kenyan pump price that don't exist in the magnitude that it does. And this is one of the items that features prominently. RMLF, Mr. Speaker, is generated by funds every time you fuel your vehicles, Mr. Speaker. And it was purposely designed to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we maintain our roads. Because building road network is one thing, maintaining it is a different thing altogether. And you know that the disaster, for example, Mr. Speaker, that we are staring in various parts of our country, Mr. Speaker, including all of us from various regions, roads that were made during the Jubilee administration under a program that was called, I think, low volume. You, Mr. Speaker, you know very well, closer to your home, the road from Silibwet heading towards Kiptagich is one such example, and Chebole to Dikir, I think that's closer even to you than the one I mentioned earlier. Closer to myself, Mr. Speaker, I have the Brook Mylene Road, which is supposed to be tarmac, Mr. Speaker, but in the current state that they are in, the citizens would rather be that it was even in Maram state, Mr. Speaker, because it will easily be passable. This is all part of what the RMLF is supposed to do. And as we increase our road network, Mr. Speaker, I doubt if this cost element will disappear from the pump price. Because, Mr. Speaker, Kenya boasts of thousands upon thousands of kilometers of tarmac. And I think when the President appeared before the joint sessions of the Houses of Parliament last year, Mr. Speaker, while making the State of the Nation address, he mentioned of plans to actually expand that road network by a further, I think, 2,500 kilometers. And that, I don't know if it includes those that are being dualed and made much broader, like the Mau Summit, Rironi Road. And therefore, this fund will be with us for a while if we want to maintain our roads in good state, Mr. Speaker. And you can understand this tussle that exists between county governments and national government on the need to share these funds, because money will never be enough, and there must be a pro rata basis upon which you share this. And from as early back as 2016, I can recall debates in this House, Mr. Speaker, more than 10 years ago, this debate about let's classify our roads, Mr. Speaker, and there have been previous attempts, but they never got to the level and the detail that this bill attempts to do. Because fortunately or unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, roads will always, there will always be new roads that emerge. And then the question arises, how frequently can you classify those roads? I'm sure many times, colleagues, you have been
in public functions where members of the National Assembly and members of the County Assembly, Mr. Speaker, trade accusations. No, this is not my road. It belongs to the MP. No, 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 no. This is a county road. And that kind of ugly spat that we have all witnessed in public. And on many questions, it leads to problems, because at the end of the day, it is the citizens that suffer, Mr. Speaker, when the roads are not repaired. And therefore, the demand and the need for us to do a total classification and therefore ensure that the resources then follow the size and the design of the road network that needs to be maintained, Mr. Speaker, is a very considerate approach to this particular issue. Make no mistake, though, that this will bring an end the issue of poor road network in our republic, Mr. Speaker. It's not possible, because like I've explained, we shall be building new roads every other now and then. And there is need, Mr. Speaker, to agree and find a way through which, even after the classification, we give then what will be prioritization. While the national government will easily settle this, because the National Assembly will do the budgeting and the allocation through the road agencies, Mr. Speaker, the challenge then will come, Mr. Speaker, from actually the county level, because there will be need to agree, Mr. Speaker, at the county level on how to use these funds. And I have two problems, Senator Eddy, which your committee, I hope, will eventually have to address. I'll remind you, Senator Eddy, when we did the sugar bill in 2024, you remember the controversial debate when we were doing stakeholder engagement from farmers, where there was the debate on where to locate the cess. Remember, there's cess money that you're collecting, the levy, the sugar levy, and we set aside some percentage for maintenance of roads that leads to farms and factories within the fields, Mr. Speaker. And in all the notes that I read, I never saw, sadly, Mr. Speaker, any stakeholder that agreed that between the county and the national government, where should we locate that fund? There is none that propose the county governments. That troubles me as a legislator, as a leader, as a senator, and more importantly, Mr. Speaker, as somebody who cares for devolution. Because it tells you that there is something the citizens are speaking to. There's a lack of confidence in the ability of counties, Mr. Speaker, to actually utilize these resources effectively, Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of ordinary citizens. Mr. Speaker, the troubling thing will be a situation where once these funds have been dispensed to the counties, it all becomes just a procurement game, and people do shoddy things, Mr. Speaker, with the sole intent of just being paid monies and disappearing with it, and no purpose for it. Mr. Speaker, that is a concern which we must be able to address. Otherwise, citizens will blame this House for pushing so hard for these resources to a certain percentages and agreeing with the Council of Governors that they go to counties, Mr. Speaker, without setting in place the proper procedures for ensuring that these resources are put to good use. You will know, colleagues that have been in the House for quite a while, that there are certain games that county government's officials play on the auditors, that you'd find a particular road even paid more than once, Mr. Speaker, where you find a road named point A to point B, then subsequently point B to point A, yet it's the same road and there is payment for the same particular road, though on two occasions. Then there is also the retainer for maintenance, Mr. Speaker, and the certificate. Sometimes there is lack of proper recording of these resources. Therefore, how counties need to convince us, and I don't know the memorandum that Council of Governors sent on this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, that despite the classification, that alone is not enough. There is need to properly name our roads in counties, Mr. Speaker, so that proper records can be kept. That this road is called road this, it starts from this particular point, it goes through this particular location up to the end. So that there is a history of that particular road that is kept in the government records, Mr. Speaker, that counties maintain proper records, so that at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, when you do an audit, you're able to see after 2, 3, 4, 5 years what that money has done, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, this money will just be messed around by people buying truckloads of maram, pouring it, Mr. Speaker, having a roll around over it, and that is called that a road has been made. That is not proper use of this particular resource, Mr. Speaker. It's like what also this agency called KERA sometimes does, under some shadowy dealings with our colleagues of the National Assembly, called the 22%, Mr. Speaker, where members of National Assembly supposedly make maram roads, Mr. Speaker. The country doesn't get value for money, and everybody who's honest knows that many times our colleagues from the National Assembly, they just dish it to their cronies, and they agree that you don't even have to make the road, just come and run around briefly, and you get the payment. The administration of this fund hasn't been as rosy in the National Assembly. It's only that citizens don't know as much as they do about counties, Mr. Speaker, and the scrutiny is not to the level that it is done with particularly counties. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, that's one of the concerns that I have. There will also be a challenge, Senator Eddy, to do with policies. You know, the National Assembly, the national government rather, has not been able to sort this particular issue of axle load on our roads. And there are many roads. Part of the reason why these low volume roads failed, Mr. Speaker, is that while the intention was good, that they'd be used by low weight vehicles just carrying passengers and things of the sort, the roads were left open. There is no system of monitoring to ensure that heavy trucks from quarries and carrying different equipment, Mr. Speaker, featured in those roads. And therefore, those are part of the administrative actions, Mr. Speaker, which I think county governments will have to do. Mr. Speaker, because I will get us, no, actually I didn't move the bill, therefore I won't get an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to say many things, but I'm mindful of the fact that there is an opportunity elsewhere, including in the committee of the whole, to say any other things that I'd wish to say. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to second.
Thank you, Leader of Majority, for seconding this motion. Honorable Senators, I now propose the question, that the Kenya Roads Amendment number 3, Bill, National Assembly Bills number 34 of 2025 be now read a second time. Now, honorable members, this bill is now available for contribution by members. And Senator Samson Cherargei, you have a point of order.
I have the mic? Okay. So, Speaker, sir, I raise under Standing Order 110 of the Senate Standing Orders that I request that we defer the debate until when the House reconvenes, so that we can allow the Majority Leader to move an adjournment motion, considering that this Roads Amendment Bill is very critical, especially for the whole House to continue debating, because looking at the time and today, upon the rise of the House, we are going for, in fact, not a recess, we are going for a working recess, because I know even Roads Committee will be meeting, park, visit, county visit, so we are not going to recess past. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and request Senator Dr. Alexander Munyi Mundigi to second. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Take your seat, Cherargei.
I've requested to second.
Yes, I will allow Senator Mundigi the opportunity to second. Just hold. Senator Mundigi, you may proceed to second that motion by Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I second.
Now, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 110, I will proceed to propose the question that the debate on the motion be now adjourned to the time the House will resume. This is a procedural motion, and therefore, yes, Senator Eddy.
Mr. Speaker, I do share the spirit because it's a procedural motion, but I wanted just to indicate when I was moving the motion, I also did refer to the fact that this particular bill has got a stringent timeline because both houses of parliament must actually complete working on the bill by 27th of July this year. So I wanted just to beg through your seat that perhaps you can do a special sitting at some point during this recess so that you can process it and finish it so that National Assembly can have time to consider it on time and close up, given that National Assembly might also be overlapping in that last week on their recess. I just wanted to bring that to your attention, Mr. Speaker, but otherwise I support the adjournment.
Thank you. Actually, that's not a recall that we are resuming on the 14th of July, and therefore it will be very important also for you to bring to the attention once the House resumes so that we fast track the additional debate on it, and also because of the numbers as we are right now. So if we are then in agreement, I will proceed to put the question. Well, Honorable Senators, I now put a question that the debate on the particular bill be now adjourned to a future date. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Having dealt with order number 21, Honorable Senators, I will proceed for the convenience of the House. Defer order number 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Clerk, you may call order number 31.
Order number 31, motion, adjournment of the Senate.
Senate Majority Leader.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 31-3 that the Senate now do adjourn until Tuesday, the 14th of July, 2026. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move actually that the Senate does adjourn until Tuesday, the 14th of July, 2026. I beg to request Senator Eddy to second.
Senator Okech.
Mr. Speaker, I second, and I wish that the nation knows that this particular session we have worked so hard on the primary role of sending monies to county. So even as we go to counties in the next 2-3 weeks, if you see us trying to make sure that the monies are used in the right way, we have fought hard to make sure that Kericho has money, Migori has money, Embu has money, and we have put the schedule in place, and therefore it is upon governors to now prudently use those resources, and we are coming home to make sure that we put fire on the bottom of the governors and the administrations to use those money correctly. I second, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I now propose the question that pursuant to Standing Order 31.3, the Senate do adjourn until Tuesday, 14th of July, 2026. And honorable members, this is also another procedural motion, though it is available for debate. With your concurrence? Very well. Yes, Senator Mundigi.
Okay, asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi kuchangia. Ni vizuri tuweze kwenda masinani tukiwa maseneta ndio tuweze kuambia watu wananchi kaunti ya 47 tumepeana bilioni 428 billion, na pia tuangalie ile kazi imekuwa ikifanywa ya hii mwaka naisha. Kwa hivyo ni asante sana kwa sababu tukienda tutafanya kazi ambayo inafaa, na pia tutakuwa tukiangalia vile maseneta wanafanya kazi, na pia sisi tukiwa maseneta tutakuwa tukiambia watu primary oversight inafaa MCS wao wakiangalia kazi, kwa sababu katika ile budget iko masinani mambo ya budget public participation huwa inaendwa na MCS na governor na executive. Kwa hivyo nikiwa senator wa Embu County naunga mkono hii mambo, na ni asante sana Bwana Speaker, naunga mkono. Asante.
With that, there are no more members who are wishing to contribute to this, and I will proceed to put the question that pursuant to Standing Order 31.3, the Senate do adjourn until Tuesday, 14th of July, 2026. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Now, honorable senators, there being no other business on the order paper, the Senate stands adjourned until Tuesday, 14th of July, 2026 at 2:30 p.m.
Straight to